Harris, who would you rather vote for?
It's Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, if you go look at the Nikola Tesla documentaries, how they say that Trump's family stole all his stuff, wouldn't you think that he actually has the capability to give us all free, like,
You don't
like
believe that.
internet?
You don't believe that.
I do.
And also, the government already has the ability to give us all free internet. Like genuinely, that's a capacity of the government. They can do that. Okay,
Do you think that
it's
that's
not
like not
specific
on his
to
list?
what's up.
Like Santa Claus? Like he actually like wants to give us stuff?
No, you're obviously trolling. I'm gonna go to the next person. You don't actually believe that. If you do, it's really sad, honestly. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Oh, you had a lot of background noise, so I just kicked you. You can send actually a guest request back. I just assumed that they weren't actually even there because of the background noise. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump for sure.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
I just think Kamala Harris bad was a bad candidate. She was not relatable. She was not. She's just. I just had a very like adverse reaction to her. Like I just didn't connect to her. She was very fake, lacked charisma. Like, she was too scared to go on podcasts. And Trump, much as you hate him, he's very likable. He's funny. He's charismatic. That's why he has like so much supporters, and they vote for him no matter what.
No, I'm asking you why
And
you support him. You don't just support people because they're charismatic, right?
I just want to say also, Parker, this is off topic, but you need to work on your skincare routine. Your skin is a little bit orange.
Okay, cool. Do you want to tell me why you support Trump, other than just saying that like Kamala Harris lacks charisma? I don't think that's a reason to say that Donald Trump is a better candidate, and I also don't think that Donald Trump has more charisma. I think that's just literally people being incoherent.
You are adorable, but like just your dark circles. You have dark circles. Just get some eye cream, and then it'll forget those dark circles. I always want to tell you this. Like you're a cutie pie. You're literally so cute, adorable.
I have a question. Who
You're a
asked?
cutie patootie, but I just want to say those dark circles,
Okay.
and you're.
Alrighty, well, I'm just going to go into the next person. I feel like the person's trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. I had a feeling that person's trolled in the past. I had a feeling. Anyway, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
What's your birth year?
'03.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Who would I vote for? Knowing the things that I know now,
Yeah.
fuck. Um,
I'm sorry. I feel like they're purposely wasting my time. Let's go to the next individual. You should have thought about that before if you haven't thought about that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry, I didn't even mean to be up here. That was an accident.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria again listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm still going for Trump, all things considered.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, he is a businessman at the forefront, and America, if you're going to look at it, is a country that is trying to monetize and make the most money possible. So that's why I support Trump.
Okay. Can you tell me what policies he has that are going to be reflected by the fact that he's a businessman that you think is good?
Well, we got that big, beautiful bill going on. I don't know much about it, but like if it's Trump, I'm pretty sure it's good. No.
So the BBB must stand for bad business behavior because clearly it doesn't lead to good like actual outcomes for average Americans. Most of the tax cuts go to rich Americans, and actually it cuts lower and middle income individuals off of things that they need.
Well, no, I mean, like I get that part, but at some point, if you're going to give people who can afford to help subsidize things the money to do that, then
The
obviously
issue is
for
that
us
doesn't
working
happen. So
Americans.
what you're doing is you're taking money away from children's access to free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 420,000 children on average every single month. Over 2.5 million people on average every month off their access to food stamps. Over 10 million people off their access to health insurance, while still adding $3.4 trillion to the debt to give massive tax breaks disproportionately to the rich and wealthy. Kamala Harris wanted to keep all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year and wanted to expand tax credits such as the child tax credit to make that even more expansive, alongside a housing tax credit to help stimulate the building of houses in places where people want to live. Donald Trump doesn't even have a policy for housing affordability.
Well, yeah, because the houses are too expensive. You can't afford them right now because the market is going crazy.
So maybe a tax credit would help with that.
I don't know, man. How could a tax credit help with affordability in homes? Like, I don't see where you're coming from there.
Yeah, because it helps stimulate housing development for new houses in places where people want to live, because that's where new houses are going to be built in this context. And it specifically, what's it called? And it provides a tax credit for the person who gets it, right? Meaning that they pay less in taxes.
Well, I mean, that would be great, but like having people pay less in taxes, that's just going to do worse for the country, right?
Wait, repeat that?
So having people pay more in taxes, that's just going to be worse for everybody.
No, paying more in taxes isn't necessarily worse for everyone. It just depends on the context. Because again, Trump has increased taxes in terms of tariffs, which disproportionately raise taxes for lower and middle income individuals. So an increase in income tax disproportionately gets the income from the rich and wealthy. So I would prefer that tax rather than the tax that Donald Trump is imposing, which disproportionately negatively impacts the lower income individuals who even weren't taxed prior because of standard deduction.
I don't know, man. You're talking too much for me. I don't like when people start talking about things I don't know about, so I'm gone.
Are you trolling? Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Tim, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it for Zygote slapping. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I want to say you're a motherfucker, bitch, motherfucker.
Why? Why? What's wrong? Oh, okay. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I take that as a compliment. I take that as a compliment. He sounded like he was being very nice to me. He definitely was not insulting me at all. Mir, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. Before I
If you
jump
could go
into
back in
that, I
time,
do
you could
want
either
to
vote for
say
Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump. I do want to say I do appreciate that you participate in civil discourse. I think that's really important for this country. Although may not agree with you on every point. Definitely would love to work with you at Podium. that's what we're trying to achieve. But I do support Donald Trump personally, mainly due to just his policy on kind of immigration. I do think that he is doing what's best for the country as a whole. But I do have a question for you. Do you think Kamala was the best candidate possible for the Democrats?
Kamala. So when we say best, we're saying most in accordance, particularly with our ideological beliefs. So I have people in the Democratic Party that would prefer, ideologically speaking, to Harris, but I think she was the best option for the Democrats, particularly at that time period, especially. And I also do think that she's a significantly better candidate than any Republican that the Republican Party has to offer, genuinely. So, like, I would
That's
like
fair.
to hear any specific, like, actual critique, right, of any of the qualities of Kamala Harris, because I typically think that people don't even critique the qualities of Kamala Harris and then just kind of like make broad strokes about like the Democratic Party rather than critiquing her.
No, that's fair. I personally just don't think she was the greatest public speaker. I don't think she would have done very well in a room full of leaders. Again, that's just kind of just based on what I've seen. Obviously, I don't know her
I
as a
think
person.
she's a great
seen her
public
live.
speaker. I think she did fantastic at the debates comparative to Donald Trump. I just genuinely don't see this idea that she's not a good speaker. And then the idea that Donald Trump is viewed that way is unhinged. I mean, have you seen Donald Trump speak?
Oh, I think he could be better too. I never said he was a great public speaker. I think he has some flaws in that front. Of course, I don't agree with everything that he does as well. I feel like I'm relatively center outside of fiscal policy, but realistically, just wanted to come on here. I have sent you a DM on Instagram. Would love to work with you, Parker, over at Podium. So yeah, appreciate your time.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, everyone. I'm trying to get some people up here. Do give us a second. Okay, dude. This is getting brutal. This is getting brutal, chat. Give us a second to get people up here. We're getting a lot of trolls, so do give us a second. Gregory, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gregory. Of course. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Someone said, why is the screen so dark, or is it just me? Is it dark for everybody? It should be good. My lights are on full screen is dark. Okay, that must be just for you. 'Cause I was about to say, my lights seem fully on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely not the.
You're disgusting. Like, actually, horrible. What the fuck is wrong with that person? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give us a second. Do give us a second to get him up here. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
5.
How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Dean Withers.
Okay, everybody, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Do give us a second. Do give us a second. What just happened?
Oh my goodness, finally.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18. Yo, can I
And
just say,
what's your
this
birth
is took me, huh?
your birth year?
2007, May 18th.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump. But,
Okay.
can I please ask you something,
What
Parker?
state do you live in?
Huh?
What state do you live in?
Washington.
Washington? Okay, what time is it?
Yeah. Huh?
What time is it?
10:30.
10:30?
Can I? Yo, can I please ask you something? One thing.
It's not.
One thing.
It's not even 30
One
anywhere
thing.
in the world.
Please.
Where'd you get
please.
30?
Parker. 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 Parker.
Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. That was an interesting profile picture. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria. Again, listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Yeah, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd go for Trump.
Okay. Holly, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Two W's for them in the comment section. And Kyle, thank you so much for the $5. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Kyle. Instant, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, make sure to type on YouTube if I see you. I'll let you know. Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Okay, the thing is, how should I start? So I think I switched over to Maga when I was like 18. You kind of have to have you kind of have to bear a heavy heart because I feel like Maga gets attacked a lot nowadays. But it's not as heavy as my heart when I'm without you, Parker.
You said what?
It's not as heavy as my heart when I'm without you. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'll understand.
Okay. Let's go. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, great start, everyone. We've had so many debates so far. This is real great. This is real great. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey,
Do you support Donald Trump?
I'm 23. Yes, I do, actually.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you
We,
could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump,
Okay.
purely based off of,
What state do you live in? Oh, they just left. Okay. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone. We're trying to get people up here. Have we hit the bottom of the MAGA barrel? Maybe we have. Is this the looks maxing guy? Hello? Hello? Just some random account that's not even there? Okay. Interesting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for? Where's the
Trump?
galaxy? Okay. Is there a way you could turn off the background noise?
What background noise?
For sure. And then why do you support Donald Trump?
Just more of his policies. I don't support him as a person, but I support what he's doing.
Like what?
One of the main things I support is any candidate that's willing to protect your Second Amendment rights. It's usually what I look for in a candidate. And I'd honestly vote for whichever party would just leave your Second Amendment rights alone.
Okay, well, both sides technically do that because they both technically, in a certain interpretation, violate it. But if you don't utilize that interpretation, then neither of them violate it, right? Because again, the Supreme Court would limit this from happening. Really, the Trump administration is the one that's passed gun control legislation that's actually been shot down by the Supreme Court. Whereas you wouldn't be able to point to Biden-Harris administration policy in which did violate the Second Amendment.
Well, the only thing the Trump administration passed was the bump stock law that was shot down by the Supreme Court,
Yeah,
and I
meaning it was
didn't agree.
unconstitutional.
Right, because it didn't meet the history and the tradition of the. It didn't meet the history and tradition of what they ruled on previously. That was a big part of it, but I didn't agree with the bump stock. I didn't agree that the Supreme
Can you
Court
name
would
one
return it.
policy, one gun control policy passed by the Biden-Harris administration that violated the Second Amendment?
It's not so much on a national level of where I'm saying for the Second Amendment. I'm saying that I lived in California where they did pass a lot of Second Amendment restricted laws, hence the ammo background check law, that they never updated that system. So when they passed that law, they never updated the system. So police officers, military people, they weren't getting access to ammunition so that way they can train or practice. So that's those situations that I don't support. The other laws that they passed were background check laws, and some of them I agree with. Like I do agree with the red flag laws. I do agree that people should get their weapons taken away if they're deemed a necessary threat, right? But it's more of a state level that I support.
Okay,
the
if it's two
candidate
different
that-
candidates and you can mention one policy that violated the Second Amendment on behalf of Trump's side, but you can't mention one on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration side, then why are you saying that you support Trump over the Biden-Harris administration because of the protection of the Second Amendment? That's incoherent.
Well, it's not so much that they pass policy, the Biden and the Harris administration. It's not so much that they pass policy. It's how they weaponize the DOJ and the ATF to go after legal gun owners.
How so?
Many reasons of they went back and they went to search for people under their what is that called, the SBR laws, the what is that, the national gun registry that they have for Title III weapons. So they were removing a lot of people's gun licenses to sell firearms because an ATF form was filled out incorrectly.
Okay, that would be enforced either way. So you're just saying they enforce the law?
Well, no. So there is people that fill out those forms and then they may forget a birth date. They may accidentally add a 2 instead of a 1. So these people should get their livelihoods taken away because a number was
Livelihoods?
mistaken
No,
on a form.
it's just that they
for the
made a
people
mistake.
selling
They'd have to
firearms.
refill out the form.
That's not a.
Yeah, well, that's probably what it is. I doubt there's any policy that says that, like, because they made some minor mistake like that, they can't have the whole.
No,
they can't
because
even,
it's
they can't even
illegally
submit
by.
anything. So
It's a legal binding document. So once you start filling it out, you can't just erase it and fill out another one.
okay, so you're saying that, like, again, they're Can you give me any source where they're just throwing it out, without even like looking at any of the other conditions, just because they made some minor spelling error?
So they can't throw it out. So I don't know if you've ever bought a gun, but when you start filling out the form that they give you, which is I don't know what the number of the form is, like 4860, whatever it is. So once you start filling out that form, you make a grammatical error technically, or any type of error on it. Technically, you can't just go back and start filling out another one. It's against the law for the gun broker to give you another form to fill out. So can gun brokers do it? Yes. Are they breaking the law? Yes. So
Can you give me
that's the issue.
Can you give me a policy that the Biden-Harris administration passed that did this to a greater extent?
It's not,
because again, this
well, it's
isn't
not
even
so
a
much-
violation of the Second Amendment.
It's
because that is
it's not
determined
so-
by the Supreme Court.
right. And then you have the Supreme Court ruling that said that whatever it was, the history and tradition, the one that they just ruled not too long ago, for the New York versus, you know which one I'm talking about.
I don't think that any of these indicate that there was like a violation of the Constitution under the Biden-Harris administration in terms of gun control. Can we at least establish that?
I mean, you also have to look at it from a standpoint of if they had the complete House control and Senate control, so that's over breaking the filibuster, so over 60, and you're not counting,
They did not have over 60.
Right. I'm saying that if they did have that, they would pass gun control law. And I'm not counting Manchin or
And sure,
Cinema.
if they had the ability to, but like again, this idea here that you're saying that like Democrats, right, are violating your Second Amendment rights to a greater extent is just not justified. And even so, overlooking everything else that's happening, right, is just not a good thing to do. You can't overlook everything for something that's not even going to be enacted in law. You're overlooking other constitutionally protected rights, such as due process. You're overlooking the fact that Trump is murdering people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence, seizing oil tankers, right, literally starting conflict around the world. You're overlooking the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse, that he bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old.
For who? Trump?
Yes, Donald Trump did all of those things. So you're overlooking all of those things.
Well, I'm not saying that Trump didn't do those things. And you can't hold account that he specifically did those things, and he probably did.
We can indicate that he did these things. I can play you the video or the audio of him saying and admitting to this and bragging about it.
Right. So he's done that. But the thing is that the Trump administration is more than makes up just Trump. It makes up all of the people that he added, all the people that he put in his cabinet. Now, do I agree with 90% of the people he picked? Probably not. But that's the thing, is that I'm looking out for myself on those things.
I don't even know how are you looking out for yourself, just because like all you care about is the Second Amendment. You don't care about people getting assaulted. You don't care about the country as a whole, people getting access to health care and education and child care and reducing poverty. You don't care about any of those things. All you care about is access to guns.
Basically, yeah.
Do you realize how absurd that is? If it was your daughter that this was applicable to, if Donald Trump bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing out their consent, and your daughter was there, would you still vote for him?
Probably.
You'd still vote for him if he walked into the changing rooms of your naked daughter while she's changing?
Probably. You never know if the people that you vote for Congress. You never know the people that have done those things anyway. You vote for doctors that have done those things. Like,
hey, dude, that's your daughter, man. Why would you be okay with that? What the fuck is wrong with you? And by the way, this is for a minor distinction on the Second Amendment. A minor distinction on the Second Amendment. That is so fucking absurd. For your toy gun?
Well, it's not a toy. It's a real thing.
It is totally a fucking toy. Because you're going to be able to get a gun regardless under either administration. It's for fucking toyed aspects of getting access to guns, right? So that you can make them look cool or something. Or whatever the fuck you're trying to look for there. Not even actually to defend yourself in that context. And yet you're willing to, like, literally overlook your daughter being sexually exploited?
Oh my gosh.
Your own daughter? What type of father says that? What type of father says that?
You're going way off on an anecdotal that basically, I have a daughter. I don't have a daughter. And I can't. So it's completely based off of an anecdotal experience.
Would you be okay with your dad sexualizing? You have a sister?
No.
You don't have a sister? Okay. Or do you plan to have children?
I can't.
Okay. So you don't have any siblings?
Only child.
You're an only child. Would you find it to be weird if your parents sexualized you?
Yeah. That'd be
yeah,
weird.
you would?
Yeah, that'd be really weird.
Do you think that like if a candidate sexualized their kid that you'd still vote for them? like their own kid?
I think depending on what context. Now, did they
have more
actually sexually
context than-
assault their child?
Sexualized.
No,
Like if they
but we're talking
sexualize
about
their kid.
sexual assault of their child.
I'm saying,
'Cause they're-
dude, I'm saying if a father is to sexualize his daughter, would you vote for the father for president still?
Because you have those people that put their kids in those beauty pageants, and one can say they sexualize their children there, right?
Let me give you an explicit example. If they call their daughter sexually attractive and curvy, if they say yeah to someone calling them a piece of ass, and if they say they'd be dating them if they weren't their daughter, would you still vote for that person that said that about their daughter?
It's just words at that point. It's not action. Anybody can say anything, and people say that shit all the time outside
So okay,
of
if
that
Donald
anyway.
Trump said that he wanted to fuck his daughter, would you still vote for him?
And can you give me the time when he said that?
I'm not saying he necessarily explicitly said that. I'm just saying if
Okay,
he said
so
that,
you're
would you
going
still
off
vote
the
for him?
anecdotals.
Yeah, I know
It's
a
No,
hypothetical.
you're going
It's a
off of
hypothetical.
hypothetical anecdotals, what you're going off of. So he didn't actually say those things.
I just
You're
told you
wanna
this.
just
I'm
keep
asking you
digging
if he did say
and
this.
digging
I'm
and
asking you,
digging.
dude, you stop being dense. I am asking you if he did say this, would you still support him?
That's all anecdotal. You
That's
want
not
me
how
to say yes,
anecdotal
so that
even
way
is used. That's you mean a dude. Oh my god. Hypothetical.
You want me to say yes, so that way you can get your little soundbite, and then if
No,
you say
I want
no,
you to say
want
no.
me like,
I want you to say
I prove my
that you
point.
don't support this. I want you to say no. I want you to say you don't support this. Can you answer, or do you not have the capacity to?
Okay, I don't support it.
Okay. So if he said that he wanted to fuck his daughter, you wouldn't vote for him.
No.
No. Okay, but if he sexualized her in other ways, you would?
No.
Oh, okay. So given that he said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, he said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, he said he had sex in common with his daughter, and he called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive, would you say that's enough of a reason to say that you wouldn't vote for him because he sexualized his daughter on countless occasions?
And you see, that's what I was waiting for. You were trying to get me into your little trap, so that way you can do that. So you went off on a tangent, right? So that way you can get your soundbite, and you got me to agree to the most extreme thing, which Trump didn't do. And then you got me to agree to the most
things Trump did do.
the most extreme thing.
Yeah,
no,
I was
no,
trying
the
to
most
see if there was
extreme
a
thing
line
by
that
saying
you draw.
fuck his daughter.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's a line that you draw in terms of sexualization.
But you're missing the point that it's just words at that point.
So again, so you would vote for him if he said he wanted to fuck his daughter?
I wouldn't vote for him if he said that, which he did.
Okay, so then do you see that there is a point in a line?
Yeah, but he didn't say that though.
Well, I did say this.
No, Trump didn't say that.
Trump said that he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said he had sex in common with his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. And he said his daughter is voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive.
Sex in common with his daughter?
Yeah, he said that he has sex in common with his daughter. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Okay, I got you. Give me 1 second. Let me pull up the video for you. Alrighty. This might be the video.
Thank you, everyone. Weird. Stop it. Oh, it's so weird.
I said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know.
On Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
She's tall.
She's almost 6 feet tall.
Ivanka seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that. I can't relate that.
Donald Trump has always
So the last one was weird, but the other ones was Howard Stern saying those things, and then he was just going, yeah.
Dude, he said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Listen.
Can I say this? A piece of ass. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
It's
She's tall.
unbelievable.
She's almost 6 feet tall.
Voluptuous means curvy and sexually attractive. And then also, again, he said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. And then he said he had sex in common with his daughter when asked what's his favorite thing in common with his daughter. Like, seriously, like, he didn't say anything like what she said. She said real estate and golf, right? And he says sex.
Okay, yeah, that's weird, but
And yet you'd
why
still
would
vote for
that-
him, right? You'd still vote for him?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a weird conversation to have, but I've heard weirder conversations from people that I would probably still vote for. That I mean,
you've
they're
heard
not,
weirder
they're not in
Wait, can you give me an
office.
example?
No. I mean, obviously, you don't work in the trades, so you don't hear the things that people say on a day in and day out basis.
Well, so
which is
what do men
400
typically say in
times
the
worse than
trades?
that.
Tell me, what do men typically say in the trades that you're willing to overlook?
People do not know a filter. Some people that you work with, they don't have a filter. They don't know when to
So
stop.
the people
They
you
don't
work
know
with
when
just
to.
talk about sexualizing their own daughters?
People are weird like that. They do that all the
So
time.
you've
There
known
is
people
worse
around you that
things.
sexualize their daughter.
No. I never said that they sexualize your daughter. They said worse things.
Like what?
Then that.
Could you be specific?
Nothing that I want to repeat. No.
Oh, okay.
But again-
so then why are you thinking that's okay? If it's worse
not
than
okay. I
that,
never said that.
and they do it all the time, then that's probably one, people you don't want to be around, and two, in this context, you clearly aren't saying that should be defended, right?
I'm saying that, yes, you're correct that those are the people you shouldn't be around. But when you're working in a trade, you don't have that choice to control people's mouths. You don't have that choice to stop, go take another job because you got to finish the job you're doing so that way you could put food on your table. There's things that people say that are outlandish. There's things that people say that are gross. And you just kind of have to put up with it. And it's not like when they say it, I agree.
Can you
with it.
can you at least say it's indefensible?
Again, it comes down to who the person is. Like, there's people that I've worked with.
Dude, if
that
it's worse than what
are-
Donald Trump just said, that's indefensible, correct?
because it depends on context. So the person that says it,
Dude, what
right?
fucking context justifies sexualizing your kid, dude? That's
There's
ridiculous. That's
no-
absurd. That's so fucking
there's-
gross.
There's no context in that. Well, there's the context I'm saying is
so now,
that
if there's no context, then explain to me why you're still willing to vote for Donald Trump even though he sexualizes his daughter. He just left, by the way. Dude, this is so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates.
Hey, how's it
Yo, how
going?
old are you?
32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to our conversation. Jewel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll make sure to look into that. Thank you so much, Jewel. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Diane, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Eku, I really appreciate the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even know that. Thank you very much for telling me. Kat, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you. Katie, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kat. Again, thank you for the Galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, honestly, I think I will. Kat, thank you so much for the Galaxy as well. Thank you. Thank you so much for the Galaxy multiple times. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the cat. And again, thank you so much for all the galaxies. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well. And then we'll go on to the next conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I think right now we're on the way to like 1,000 right now still. Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Margaret. Give me some W's from Margaret in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Margaret. Alrighty. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube. Royland, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, honestly, as cognitive dissonance. Thank you very much. Johnny, thank you so much. Really appreciate the €6. Thank you so much. Based, thank you. Joy, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sunnyside, thank you for the 5. Cornell, thank you so much for the $5. Duke, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Sin, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Laugh and Leslie, thank you so much for the $15. Really appreciate it. Teresa, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 10. Mears, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Ateo, thank you for the $5. And B. Rivera, thank you so much for the 5 as well. Alrighty, I think I'm fully caught up. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. Alrighty, so why do you support Trump?
I support him because of the economy, his foreign policies, his backing of the military and the veterans, and his immigration and border.
Okay, so let's talk about immigration. Like, can you name one policy of on immigration that you like of Trump's?
The migrant protection protocols.
Okay, and what about them? I can hear you looking it up, by the way. Alrighty. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Looks like they're looking it up to try and find that information. Tom, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's so crazy. That's so crazy, Tom. I gotta find that. That's actually nuts. They just left. Bro, what is going on right now? Alrighty, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen.
Last question.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That last video about Trump, where'd you find that from?
How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
No.
Alrighty, for sure. Just look up Trump's comments about daughter raise eyebrows. It's from 2016. It's a compilation of all of them. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. It's on YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are
Sorry,
you?
my network's not too good. I'm 26.
Okay, and if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Trump? Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Trump. Yeah. Well, I support more of the Republican policies over the history of, let's say, the past 30 years. But if you want to talk about current policies, I'm more concerned about Social Security. I know it's not one of his policies. I know he wants to maybe take away a little bit. I'm very concerned of Social Security, which no one's really addressing, but I think Republicans are addressing more.
I think that's not true at all. I think that they're actually reducing the likelihood that we're going to have it above insolvency. It's going to be more likely to be insolvent because of the big, beautiful bill.
So you're saying the Republicans are taking away less or adding more?
I think that they're going to inevitably reduce benefits in the long run because we won't be able to afford it. Because they did actually
Right, of course.
expand.
I mean, if you go on the...
What's up?
Okay, if you go on the Social Security website, it literally says by 2034, they're going to run out of their treasury fund, right? And currently, it's operating as a way similar to a Ponzi scheme, right? So that's a problem.
And did you know that Trump increased
And
the benefits
I believe
because
that
he
Republicans
literally did a no tax on Social Security thing, that it was a deduction?
Well, again, no tax on Social Security is on who?
People who get Social Security income.
No, well, actually, that's not true. Only certain people are taxed on Social Security.
What?
Like if you make over a certain amount of money, you're going to get taxed.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if you're currently don't have any past assets, or let's say people have, let's say, money coming in from private places, you're actually going to have to pay taxes on your Social
Hey, dude,
Security.
I'm just telling you that
Especially, I think if it's
I'm just
over
telling you that there's a
130,000.
deduction, and that specifically increases the likelihood of insolvency soon. So I'm just telling you that we're gonna have to have reduced benefits because of him, and he's spending more money. We can also point to the fact that he signed off on more debt-related spending,
Right, and
right,
I agree
compared
with
to the
that.
Biden-Harris
No,
administration by
I
over
think
$4
Social
trillion.
Security is that. No, I'm talking about Social Security is that it should be private. It shouldn't be a public Social Security. It shouldn't be a social program.
That's absurd.
It should totally be private. Well, the Republicans have been pushing for it, and many people are capable of not have to pay 6% of their Social Security tax federal, and then another 6% from your employee. That's literally 12%, and they don't even invest it. Why are they not investing our Social Security in a bond, or like in a real bond, and not the Social Security annual bond where you get like, a terrible percent? Social Security in a bottom line is a ripoff.
Okay, it's not.
It's a ripoff.
It's heavily reduced
It is a
poverty.
ripoff.
Can I please finish? It's heavily reduced poverty. It's helped employment rates for younger Americans, right, and helped out specifically social mobility. Social Security is incredibly important for all of those things. Could there be a more effective revenue mechanism? Of course. I actually do argue that we should change the revenue mechanism to make it so that you get a specific amount of money when you're born, and that's put into to like the S&P 500 or one of the index funds, and it will grow over time, and you have to put less money in order to be able to get more money out. So that's one thing that I would say is a better way to fund it, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have it in general. That it's still an effective and good thing.
Oh, I agree.
And also, what you're not taking into account is that if you want to reference the level of spending, and if you're saying the spending is too much, it wouldn't make sense to support Trump's policies because they literally lead to more debt-related spending. Over $4 trillion more debt-related spending in his first administration, alongside the fact that since he's gotten office, he's done trillions of dollars of debt-related spending, even through the Big Beautiful Bill, which means essentially over $2 trillion debt-related spending has been signed into law per year under the Trump administration.
Oh yeah, sure, but again, the money's being spent differently, and Democrats to collect more money. So of course you're going to have a surplus when you're collecting more taxes from the rich. But again, I agree. Social Security is needed. People are not capable of, if you look at the average American, some have money, some don't. But who's going to take care of the other people, right? So no one's taking care of them, and I think it's I'm not an evil person. I give charity. I think we should. But at the end of the day, Social Security is a ripoff. You're getting a bad return. Listen, what would you invest in anything if you're getting literally like 1% a year? Is that a good investment? Again, Social Security is not. Social Security should be.
You're cutting off. I think you're.
I don't want to interrupt you. Go.
Yeah. So there's a little.
Well,
bit
no,
of a
I
delay,
just didn't want to interrupt you. So you.
Yeah, it seems like there's a little bit of a delay, so I'll address this. So it's not about necessarily return here in terms of the rate of return, which obviously I think a rate of return would be important to bring into effect. That's why I said we could change out the revenue mechanism. It's that people rely on Social Security and that it helps plenty of different things, like employment for younger Americans, poverty rates for seniors,
that, right?
access to health care, whether or not people are homeless. It reduces the likelihood of so many of those particular things, which I think is an incredibly good thing to do.
Well, Social Security has nothing to do with Medicare. Medicare is a separate thing, which is another issue, by the way. But I want to, let's say,
wait, by the way,
pivot to
both of them are applied. And also, again, I was saying that it still increases access to healthcare, even so, just because you're getting access to money that you would need to be able to pay for that.
All right, it's extra money. You can spend it on anything, but Medicare does a pretty good job, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
I think Medicare
sounds like
is
you
great.
agree with Medicare.
I agree with it, but we cannot afford it. We can't.
Yes, we can.
We could afford everyone to have good health insurance when 40% are not working. We could just, you want to tax the rich, right?
When you say 40% are not working, I think that's dishonest, and it's way less than it's a bit less than 40%. And again, you're not taking into account how many people specifically can't work, like such as children, people who are elderly, right? Things like that.
Matter.
Obviously, there's a huge portion of the population. What's it?
Again, someone still has to take care of you. For example, if you look at
can I please finish my points without you cutting me off? Is that fair?
Of course, I apologize. No, sure.
Yeah, so I would care more specifically to tax millionaires and billionaires because I don't think that it's I think it's ridiculous that you're saying that essentially there's a problem with taxing rich and wealthy Americans, right, in order to be able to pay for these systems when inevitably speaking we can afford these systems. And again, Donald Trump is limiting our ability to pay for these systems because he's unwilling to tax rich and wealthy Americans.
I agree. I'm not a fan of borrowing against stock and not pay taxes on that. That's ridiculous. But again, 1% is still paying 35% of everything. And I know if you look at tax flight, I think once you go over 40% or 45, people tend to leave. And we're not even close to that. A lot of these people are not even paying anything, right? They borrow against their stock. They use it as collateral. And not only that, they could actually default on their loan.
They're not going to leave. They're not going to leave. That's ridiculous.
45% actually shows.
That's such an absurd idea. No.
Well, look at France. Look at France.
I mean, why do people still stay in New York and Los Angeles?
Listen, you cannot move some businesses, okay? I mean, you cannot just move a real estate business to Florida. You cannot relocate a hospital or
exactly.
A huge, right, so they have to stay. But
exactly.
But you're losing other revenue. You're losing the other billionaires who are leaving. That's money.
Yeah, and you understand that other people will come fill that gap, and we'll get the revenue from them.
Why would someone want to come to a state that has high income tax?
Because it's incredibly profitable. There's a
but
great
again,
consumer market.
Competition's already there.
Wait, dude, you understand? California, for example, is the largest economy in the United States. It's the fourth largest economy in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Alone. Okay.
Yeah.
This argument that you have that high taxes for rich and wealthy Americans is going to lead to them leaving, and it's going to make our society worse, is ridiculous. Because if you actually look at the best economy in the United States, it actually is evidence of the fact that it's working. So,
well, you have,
what
well,
you're not
well, it's
understanding.
literally also one of the biggest states.
Go ahead.
Sure. I wouldn't use that as a good example because you have literally 50 million people there, or 30. I don't know. What is it? Like 50 million people live there. If you look at the last 5 years, okay, well, listen, that's a pretty big number, right? So if you look at red states, they actually have more billionaires moving there. Okay, they actually have more GDP growth increasing.
Can you tell me what states have more GDP growth?
In the last 5 years, you could look at Florida. You should look at Texas. Their GDP has grown compared to other blue states.
Yeah, and what's the comparison?
Well, I'm showing you that because they're moving. They're going. They're actually doing it now. Like, where was Tesla 10 years ago? Tesla is a big actually, I would argue that Tesla is probably one of the biggest growing companies we have in America. That was in California. That's a lot of revenue. You can make a lot of money just from Tesla. Where was Tesla 10 years ago? Do you know?
Yeah, obviously Tesla wasn't as large 10 years ago. Let me make my point though. The point that I would make is that this idea that just having lower taxes for rich and wealthy Americans leads to such greater amount of growth is ridiculous because we do not see that around the world.
I agree with you.
Can I please finish without you cutting me off? It is absurd. It is absurd at this point, dude. Is it lagging? Like, is there an issue with that? Or is it you just don't have the ability to act like an adult?
Well, I guess I'm special needs, yeah.
Don't say that. Don't say that. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you say that?
That's what you were just indicating to me.
That was not what I was just implicating. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Indicating.
No one fucking implicated that. I said you were acting like a child because you kept interrupting me.
Oh, and adults that act like childs are what?
What? Adults that act like childs are man-childs and Trump supporters.
Okay, go. Yeah.
What are you talking about? That's not the definition of someone specifically who is disabled. That's ridiculous, right?
Probably. Just go. Just go.
You have no clue what you're talking about. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Genuinely. And like, let me have a conversation with you, but please stop this. This is like, if there's a delay, that's fine. But like, it's ridiculous at this point. So the point that I'm making is that, again, you're saying that GDP growth is only dependent upon rich millionaires and billionaires getting more money out of taxes.
That's not what I'm saying. I understand I'm cutting it off, but it's kind of annoying for someone to make the assumption and listen to them at telling me things I did not say. So it's just kind of hard. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's just not actually my point. So you don't have to continue. I would just say that's not true. You don't have to continue anymore. Right? If I'm going to go talk and tell you that you're wrong, I mean, you're just going to sit there and listen. Because that was not my argument. But sorry, I cut you off again.
So would you like to clarify what your argument was? Because apparently no
Sure.
one else here understood this. I'd love to hear
Sure,
it. What was
that's
your
not,
argument?
sure. Okay, first of all, I actually do agree with you, but I think we're not understanding is that a lot of the taxes are not even being paid. The fact that these billionaires are supposed to be paying 37% tax, they have the choice to also take their money from stocks, which is long term, which is about like 20%. Okay, which I disagree with. It shouldn't even be that way. You know, they don't get salaries; they get literally paid through their stock, through their assets. It's 20%. Real estate loopholes exist too. Okay, 20%. It's way less than 37. But I'll even argue even further. They don't even sell their stock. They go and they borrow from the bank, take a 1% interest loan, and they're not even paying any taxes, literally at all. Do you agree with that? A lot of them are doing it. A lot.
One, you can limit that by taxing that and by ensuring that they specifically can't do that. If it is the case that you're going to utilize that for leverage, well, then you can get taxed on that at the certain levels of wealth that we're referencing. And if you want to talk about tax, dude, shut the fuck up. Stop. I do have to mute you every single time I speak. Jesus Christ. And again, Kamala Harris wanted to increase the long-term capital gains tax rate and tax the wealthy, like above $1 million in a year in terms of income. So again, if you want to address the capital gains tax in terms of that's how they're getting their money out, well then again, you should support Democrats again, and not Donald Trump that wants to impose and did impose tariffs that disproportionately raise taxes on lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so I agree with that, but not with the Democrats doing unrealized capital gain tax. Unrealized capital gain tax? That would cause a recession. Oh, look at Kamala. Whoa, look at Kamala's policies.
Property tax is unrealized capital gains.
Okay, look at Kamala's
not a capital gains, but unrealized tax.
Kamala literally wanted to tax people on. Okay, I'm sorry. First of all, look how many times you interrupted me. Anyways, look at.
I interrupted you once there for clarification.
It was actually 3 times, but anyways, if you look at unrealized capital gain tax from Kamala, what she was imposing, it's going to cause a recession. Go look at normal economists and take a vote if that would cause a recession or not. Of course it will. Let me ask you, does it make sense to tax someone because they have an unrealized gain when you know that securities go up and down?
Hey, dude, I just told you we're not doing unrealized capital gains taxes.
Kamala was pushing for that.
Kamala? No, she wasn't.
Go look it up. Yes, she was.
Hey, dude, I already have looked this up. The policy changed after she talked with Mark Cuban. That was a policy from Biden.
Okay, so you believe that if Kamala was elected,
hey, dude,
she
I'm
would
sorry,
have not done-
Kamala? Can you say Kamala? Or can you say Harris? Is it that difficult for you to do?
Our vice president, it is actually difficult for me to do, but our previous vice president, why? It's hard for me to do. Why are you upset?
No way.
It is. I'm dyslexic. Can you not tell? Like my language is like kind of like a little slur, or I mean, there is a delay.
I'm sorry. Does being dyslexic limit your ability to say Kamala?
It makes it very difficult. Yeah.
How so?
Well, my brain is not the same as yours. I have short singles. I don't hear as well. I cannot pronounce certain words without literally putting a lot of effort and getting the right. I mean, look it up. I mean, it's a real thing, and it's a speech.
No, I'm not disputing dyslexia is a real thing. I do think dyslexia is a real thing. I just didn't know that it operated in this way that limited your ability to say Kamala.
Yeah, it actually makes my life very difficult to communicate with getting sales jobs.
Is it possible that you say Harris?
I could say Harris. Harris is a lot easier. Yeah, Harris. But I like saying Kamala. Kamala it is.
Can you say?
Is it Kamala?
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay, I could say Kamala. Is that it? Kamala.
Yeah.
Okay, but we could switch to something else. I know you're probably not so interested. You want to find someone else to talk to, but I live near New York City, and the asylum seekers are getting hotels, and you have middle class people who cannot afford rent at all. You know, people get paid a $35,000 salaries here in New York City, and asylum seekers are currently living here rent free. They get free medical. I think they get food. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, by the way, I was just looking at this. It is absolutely something that can affect speech. I was just looking into that real quick. I had not
Yeah,
known that.
and you know they've done studies.
And I apologize, by the way. I would just recommend to say Harris. Just letting you know. But yeah, you can. What was the point you just made? Sorry.
Well, in New York City, there's about 38,000 asylum seekers who are getting like a hotel. I mean, I'm not saying they're getting like room service or anything, but they're getting a place to sleep. And you have middle class people who cannot afford to pay for a hotel for themselves for the night, cannot afford to get a shared room. And why are we hosting 38,000 asylum seekers in one of the most expensive places in the city? And not only that, one of the most expensive places in America. So I don't understand that. Why are we not shipping them 300 miles north of New York or somewhere else and build something else? It makes no sense.
Okay, so
I don't know how someone could...
One, these are legal immigrants. Asylum is a legal process. Two,
No,
these
that's why I said asylum.
Dude, holy shit, man. Oh my god. Okay, one, they're going through a legal process. Two, right, these are in severe weather going through a legal process. Two, right, these are in severe weather circumstances. So obviously in severe weather circumstances, it makes sense to provide access to hotels in that area for people who are already there.
No, I'm asking you, why are we not helping the middle class who are literally born here? Do you not know how expensive it is to live in New York City?
I do.
It's very expensive. Okay, people cannot afford to pay rent. About like 20% of or 25% of my salary goes to rent. Okay, and some people cannot afford that. You know, and people say, you know what, I'll go pay for a room for $1,200. That's their whole salary, and other people cannot do it. Some people are home. I'm not even talking about the homeless people. I'm talking about people who are just trying to survive.
What is your point?
My point is that the Democrats are supporting asylum seekers in New York City, giving them $1 billion in hotels. Literally, I think it's $980 million.
Dude, this is state policy and city policy. This is not federal policy. These are asylum seekers, and it was in severe weather circumstances. And wait, where'd you get $1 billion?
Go look it up. And first of all, that's just for this year.
Over how many years?
Literally 1 year. And I think it's even more if you count like 2023.
What's the source?
I don't know. It was a real source. I don't have it in front of me. Should be a few sources actually on that.
Advance payments for the state's commitment. It doesn't look like it's 1 year. I'll have to look through.
I mean, and that's
it said the city received. Okay, the city received $1.26 billion in state funding. By the way, state funding for asylum seekers.
For what year? Do you
know? This is for. It's only for a short period of time. It's for up until 2027. And then it's not even $1 billion. But yeah, I do see what you're talking about. But this is from state funding.
So you're saying Trump is supporting this?
No,
sorry, state. No, state. But they get the federal money now.
Who the fuck's the state, dude? Dude,
okay.
That was so dumb.
That was dumb. I agree.
Yeah. What's your point?
Well, I want to understand, like, why are policymakers or people who make our decisions of where the money goes putting citizens behind people who are not even in this country?
They're not. They spend more money on other citizens than they are spending on asylum
I understand, but what about it? There are other people not getting helped.
They are.
No, they're not.
I'm not saying every single person is getting help. I'm just saying that actively New York does significantly more to help than the rest of the nation. So why are you blaming immigrants rather than acknowledging that, again, these sets of programs are not being applied in any of these Republican areas?
People, well, yeah, because Republicans don't support that, but people are literally getting denied their government assistance and denied Section 8.
Yeah, by Republicans, not by Democrats. Now, if you want to reference...
in New York State, in New York City.
You said they're getting denied Section 8 for what? That's federal policy.
Well, they make too much money.
Yes. Yeah, so, I mean, there are income thresholds on Section 8, yes.
Yeah, like $35,000.
I'd have to check specifically what it is. That could be contextual to the area as well, because of the fact that cost of living is different there.
Okay, but I know what it is. I don't have it offhand, the source, but for a single person, it's $35,000. For a married couple, I think it's like a two single. Sorry,
is that in New York?
A two household, New York City.
Or is that federal?
I don't know. I forgot. It's related to New York. A two household is like 48,000, and that's not a lot of money. You know, I'm in the top 10%, right? To be top 10% is to either to be single make 150,000 or be a household to make 225. It's not a lot of money in New York City.
I have a question. Why are we spending $120 billion on funding ICE and militarizing ICE rather than spending that money on American citizens?
Yeah, I think it's a waste of money. I think we should do other incentives. Listen, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat.
So instead of deporting them, we should be helping them, right, get citizenship so they can help us take care of everyone else as well.
I know, but, you know, a lot of Americans are going to lose jobs because they're not as ambitious and they're not willing to work as hard.
That's just not true. It does not impact employment rates.
Yes, it does. I mean,
if anything, there's slight upward pressure on employment rates.
Why are all the immigrants literally taking all the grocery
literally give me a single study that says that. Give me a single study that says that it's negatively impactful towards employment rates for natural-born U.S. citizens.
You're right. I don't have the study, but I live here and I've literally been to so many restaurants and so many grocery stores and seen so many Uber drivers, and I'm telling you, all the DoorDash guys and all these things are never from this country. It's so rare to see
What's wrong with someone being foreign-born and doing like
because
DoorDash and stuff?
Because they're competing with the unskilled American.
And that's okay. What's wrong with that? Again, in this context, there's nothing wrong with that, and it doesn't negatively impact the economy because there's also more people who are demanding that as well.
Well, they do send a lot of money back.
There's still skills associated with that. You're just mad that there's competition. And by the way, again, it does not negatively impact employment rates. Give me any source for that.
Okay, I would have to come back and actually do and get it for you. I'm sorry, I never went in. That's just my own experience.
I have. I can send you a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that actually indicates an increase in employment rates for natural-born U.S. citizens when there's an increase in immigration over the past 20 years.
Okay, well, that would actually make sense. Over the past 20 years, that would make sense. But currently, that's not that there's an effect for the current.
And that's even true over the past few years as well.
I don't see how that could be true. Okay, you're saying that it's true because you're providing more economic growth, and eventually it builds more. That's your point, and that's the only way I could see it. I don't see how taking away jobs to provide jobs it would just create more economic growth. Providing more.
It doesn't take away jobs. You're not thinking, okay? Not only is there an increase in the supply of labor, but there's also an increase in the demand for labor because there's more people in the economy buying goods and services.
Okay. Do you know what H1 visa is?
It's so hard getting people to realize there's a multifaceted effect of immigration, and that it's not just one thing that it impacts.
Okay, sure. You know what a H1 visa is, right?
Yeah, H-1B visas are great.
They're great?
Amazing.
Oh, so again, is that providing more jobs in the course of 20 years?
It creates an overall greater GDP, overall greater innovation, overall greater productivity.
Well, GDP, it doesn't really it wouldn't matter because the GDP could go to the billionaire, not to the actual low guy. But these H1 visa guys are coming on here. First of all, they're smart. I mean,
if you're talking about money that going to the billionaire and not to the average person, then you probably wouldn't want to support Trump because that's where the taxes are going.
No, that's why I said GDP wouldn't really matter.
There's
'cause
no
you
way
don't know
you
where the
just
money's
said
going
that.
to.
There's no way you just said GDP growth doesn't matter because it could possibly be going to rich people more. Like there's such a ridiculous argument when you support Trump. That's such a
I'm making the-
ridiculous argument.
I'm making the first of all, I don't support him that way. I'm making the argument in that just because you have a bigger GDP doesn't mean that you're going to have that money going directly to the lower class or the actual worker. Okay, so GDP doesn't really mean that much. But H-1 visas
It's
are
GDP
competing-
growth alongside innovation, alongside productivity increases.
Right, so it would be like 20 years. Of course, it would take some time. Like that was your argument why unskilled.
And by the way, immigration doesn't necessarily even have to have a positive impact for me to say that it's good in terms of the economic growth. In terms of that respect, it wouldn't even need to. In terms of like every single facet, it doesn't have to impact wages in that way. But again, it has upward pressure on wages as well for quote unquote low skill Americans. Under the context of the definition, if you read the study, it shows an increase in wages for quote unquote low skill Americans.
Okay. Well, I also want to add to that. Do you know how much money of these illegal immigrants who come to America? Do you know how much money is actually sent back to their country?
Yeah, there's a certain amount of money that's sent back to the like countries around the world. But would you say that we should ban Americans from sending their money to countries around the world? Should I be banned from donating to a Canadian streamer?
Well, it's not good for the economy, but no, you should not. You cannot ban people. You cannot ban people for where the hell they want to
So
spend
then what's
money.
your point?
Well, my point is that even though a lot of them are coming here, a nice amount of the money is being sent back to their families who don't have any money.
Okay, and that's not bad. I don't have an issue with that.
Well, it's not so. I mean, it doesn't really help our economy when they're not buying our stuff.
Overall, again, it helps our economy.
So overall, somehow that money.
You're not looking at the overall impact of immigration, and it's dishonest for you to sit here and act like it negatively impacts the economy. Dude, you have no understanding of economics. Do you even know what market equilibrium is?
Market what?
What's market equilibrium?
I don't know what that is.
It's the intersection between supply and demand. So until you know what market equilibrium is, and you know what a supply and demand graph is,
Well,
you
I obviously know
you
what a supply
probably
and
shouldn't be
demand is.
making claims that immigrants hurt the economy. Okay?
Well,
You should
I
probably
literally
do
would-
research.
Because I know what supply and demand is, I understand that when that money goes to buy American dollars, we're able to print more money. So that's literally my
Print more money.
argument.
Dude, what are you
Yeah,
talking
of
about,
course.
man?
Yeah,
What is
what
this
are
guy
tax
saying,
dollars?
bro? Hey, dude.
I'll tell you what I'm saying. What are tax dollars? What does that do for us? I mean, we could just print money, right? So why do we need to collect taxes?
Oh my God, because if you don't collect taxes and take money out of the economy, it only increases demand in the economy, therefore causing inflation.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
but
so what,
taxes
you didn't
literally.
let me tell you
taxes,
something. Let me tell you something. There has to be if there's an increase in money supply, there would have to be an increase in productive resources or capacity to make up for that in order for there to not be
Right,
an
so that's
increase
why
in
we have
inflation.
taxes.
Shut up. Listen. Again, you understand that taxes are an important aspect of that and help disincentivize spending within certain aspects of the economy, which then will put a downward pressure on inflation. So really, it's about taking money out whenever you particularly put it into the economy. And again, I don't have an issue with printing so long as we have the productive capacities to meet that. So there's a certain amount of printing we can do every year that's okay and good, and actually we want to some extent. But one thing I would say is that under Trump's administration, they actually did more printing, and also he signed off on more debt-related spending.
Okay, so I brought that up because of supply and demand. We need demand for American dollars. When American money is being taken away, that's not good for the economy. That's why I brought it up. And then you asked me, I don't know what economics are. When clearly I'm making the argument that when that money is spent in the economy, it's actually better. And then you tell me I don't know what market something is. It refers to supply and demand.
Market equilibrium. Dude, you have free markets in your bio, efficiency, and capitalism, and you didn't know what market equilibrium was. Okay? That's embarrassing. What is that? What the fuck are you talking about? Why the hell could you
Why
have
is it
free
embarrassing
markets,
if it's
capitalism, and efficiency in your bio, and you don't even know what a market is?
I know fundamentals are parts of it just because I don't know what.
Wait, no, the
every
fundamentals. You
economic-
didn't know what you didn't know what the market equilibrium is. That's one of the fundamentals of knowing
Okay,
what a
so I know
free
what
market
supply
is and how it
demand-
operates.
I
Literally,
know
it
what
is
supply and demand
insane
is.
for you to have that in your fucking bio and then to not even know what it is. That's
Well,
actually
I know what supply
ridiculous.
and demand is. I cannot put free markets in my bio and capitalism.
And then
you know that
not
every
know what
country in the
market
world has,
equilibrium is? Yeah, that's a big issue.
okay,
If you put
well, I
free
know what supply and
markets,
demand. Well,
capitalism,
you
and
said it.
efficiency in your bio, and then you didn't have an efficient enough response to tell me what market equilibrium is, literally, you took one economics course, it would tell you. If you literally looked into economics at all, it would tell you. That is the most intro to econ thing I could possibly have asked you.
Well, I know what supply and demand is, and that's the bottom line of it. But anyways, every country in the world has capitalism. Do you agree with that? Every country has capitalism.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy you agree with it. I'm actually surprised that you agree that every country has capitalism.
I'm
Okay.
a liberal. I still believe in capitalism.
Do a lot of your followers believe it?
Yeah,
I go on
yeah.
TikTok.
I would say probably most of my followers are liberal. Now there are definitely leftists that follow me. Right,
I'm
but
a
like,
liberal too, by the way.
then you wouldn't
Or
support
somewhat.
Trump.
I don't really support a lot of. I don't really support him. I don't like him as a person because I think he's a predator. I mean, he is a predator.
Oh, okay. So you don't like it. He's a predator and he has bad economic policy, yet you still support him?
Well, I think his economic policies are better
They're
than
not.
Kamala's.
They're not Kamala's. Now, if you again, if you want to reference the scenario, and you could say Harris as well, the point that that is incredibly relevant is that his economic policy is worse. You can't give a single economic policy that's better. Could you name one policy he influenced to get passed that benefit the working class Americans more than it's benefit rich people?
No, I mean that's his whole thing is that you help the rich people. You help the I know it's not the right word, but trickle down economics. And that's his whole thing for it is you help the rich, and then eventually you get more the poor and the middle class.
Didn't you critique immigration benefiting the GDP by saying that most of the money could have gone to rich people? I thought you were going to say it's going to trickle down.
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't. It doesn't trickle down.
Oh, okay. So wait, trickle down economics doesn't work. So then you don't support Trump's economic policy because it's trickle down.
Yeah, I don't support it. I don't see how it's helping.
Okay, so
helping
you think it's
everybody
worse off,
equally.
right? You think his economic policy is worse off, correct?
Overall, for everybody, sure, yeah. I mean, it's already been 30 years, and rent is going up. Everything is just hard to get by for middle class people. If I wasn't making the salary I was making, I would move out of New York City. I wouldn't be able to live here. My expenses, I have a two household. My expenses is $150,000 net. Okay, and you know to make $150,000 net, you obviously have to make more. So a lot of people cannot afford to live here. So I would totally leave.
I don't think the average expenses in New York is $150,000 a year.
Oh, sure it is. You know how expensive healthcare is? You have any idea?
Wait, healthcare.
I don't know if you
wait, healthcare. If you want to put that on top, but I'm just saying,
very
in terms of
expensive.
typical expenses, I don't think the typical expenses is to that degree because median income is not to that degree. Yet people are still able to afford to live in the city.
Not really.
Obviously, it's not 150,000.
Okay, here you're the one with the Google in front of you. Go look up what the average salary is in Manhattan. I'm not talking about New York.
It's not
City.
even 150,000.
So go to Manhattan. Sure, it is. It's more. It's like 200 at least.
It may be specifically in certain areas in Manhattan. Sure.
Go Manhattan.
But we're
There's
talking about New
$5.
York City and as a whole. It's not just Manhattan.
I didn't mean New York City. Yeah, I could live in the slums with yeah.
Okay. Oh shit, Manhattan's crazy. But
Yeah,
I'm
that's
talking
what
about
I'm
the rest of
saying.
New York City.
Well,
Manhattan's
of
even
course,
more than what you
yeah.
just said. I'm talking about the rest
Yeah.
of New York City. It's not 150,000, and that's not, by the way, that's not even expenses. That's just per GDP per capita that I was taking a look at. Let me look at median income.
It's like probably 225,000.
Median income. Yeah, it's about 108,000 is the median income.
But is that applying to people who work or don't work? Look at the
It's
work people who
median
just
household.
work.
It's median household income, genius. So it's obviously not 150,000, but if you look at GDP per capita, which is crazy, that just shows you the inequality there. 108,000
It's
is the
terrible.
real median wages, and then the GDP per capita is literally $489,000. That's crazy, by the way. That's insane.
Yeah, and then you have all these asylum seekers living amongst all these other guys.
Dude,
who
you
are
are such
living-
a whiny crybaby about immigrants. Immigrants do not harm you.
Well, they clearly are. They're
No,
literally
they're not. Immigrants are not harming you. Shut the fuck up.
they're literally competing with me for rent.
Again, you understand that that's like any other person in the city, right?
Well, then they are harming me.
Wait, do you understand that there are people who live in foreign countries that also like don't live in New York City all the time, yet they still can buy places in New York City? So they're competing with you too for
Yeah, they're
apartments.
exactly. Well, why would I support that? I mean,
So
people
you think people should be banned from having like a business house in New York City if they don't live there the whole time? Or not a business house, a business like apartment.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to go back to work, so I have to go.
Before you go, I just want to let you know, Dean's not making fun of Charlie Kirk's death. He's making fun of people saying that they are Charlie Kirk in response to it. That's a huge distinction. I don't know why the left and the right are both trying to act like Dean is changing up on this. There's literally been no change up on that, and it's so obvious, and people are being so dishonest and disingenuous on the internet, claiming otherwise. It's actually really frustrating that people are doing that, because it's not him laughing or joking at the death of someone. It's him laughing and joking about the fact that people are calling themselves Charlie Kirk and idealizing him to that degree. Do you understand that that's obviously the joke there, and that's way distinct from what it was, particularly in the past. And I think it's so dishonest for people. Yeah, he's joking about people who are calling themselves Charlie Kirk.
Oh, okay, so I'll delete the post. All right, thank you. I think we agree on a lot of things. I just... All right.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Yeah, I really, it's so annoying when people dishonestly post stuff about that. I saw left-wing individuals dishonestly posting stuff about that and reposting it. It pisses me off. Like, it's so annoying. I'm like, you genuinely didn't even look into like what he's joking about, or even think about what he was joking about in that scenario, because it's clearly not the same thing, and it's so dishonest for people to act like it's different. It's literally just like a narrative to hate Dean. It's like people just trying to spew up narratives to hate him. And it's so frustrating that people do that. Like, I was even thinking about making a video about it. It's so ridiculous. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Yeah, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for your pussy.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, Jillian, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jillian. These are W's for Jillian. Connor, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Evan, thank you for the $1. Junior, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you so much. Yes, true. Connor, thank you again for the $2. Tom, thank you for the 2 and for the 5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. They said their name is Trump is the man. I don't even see that. I don't see the user saying that. What is the name?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
If you could
I'd
go
say
back
on
in
most
time,
things.
if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would say Trump.
Okay, for sure. A few people to think. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Laura, thank you so much for the $10. Appreciate it. Marcia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25 on PayPal. And Addison, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Good luck for you. Good luck. I hope you do. I hope you get it. Thank you so much. Noel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let me make sure to catch up to everyone else as well. Ray, thank you so much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Lumi, thank you so much for the $5. Chaos, thank you for the $5. Laughing Leslie with the $10. Damien, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 5. Royland, thank you so much for the 10 as well. I think I'm fully caught up there. If I did miss you at all in terms of your donation, I do apologize. Make sure that thumbs up on YouTube. Everyone, it helps get it out to more people. Try to get to 2,000 likes. And if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. We'll help get it out to more people, everybody. Alrighty. So why do you support Trump?
I just think, all right, so I just want to preface this by saying, like, I'm not a you. I don't have these like pre thought out answers because, you know, your job is obviously debating 24/7. So I don't know a lot about politics. Obviously, you know more. So if you ask me like to pull up some specific evidence or if I know this law created 30 years ago, I'm not going to. All right. But just saying, I think the way society's going in the last couple of years under Trump is horrible. The way the society is going under Biden was even worse. So I just think if you're going to pick the, you know, best of the worst, it would be Trump.
Okay, and why so?
Because I just think it would, well, first, both of them suck. If I could go back to Obama, not that I was probably like 14, but I would go back to Obama in a second. But yeah, I just think the way society was going, especially our age, while Biden was president, was just horrible. It's like was getting so, what's the word? Woke, whatever that word is. Yeah, it's just disgusting.
Can you define woke?
No. But if I would have to try, I would think woke is like the movement going on between mostly liberal people, leftist people. I don't even know the difference between leftist and liberal. Maybe you could educate me on that one. But of just like things that aren't historically normal, which is not always bad, right? Like, so like LGBTQ, right? That's not horrible just because it wasn't a thing, you know, or wasn't that prevalent 6 years ago. But just the way it's going now, the way it's like spewed so much hate, like gross to see.
Okay, so I think that Trump definitely causes the spewing of more hate to a greater extent. If you're going to call anyone woke based upon the definition, clearly it would be applicable to Donald Trump for calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said to not abide by unlawful orders. And he even said questioning his cognitive health and saying that he's not as sharp as he used to be is seditious, perhaps even treasonous behavior. And then the distinction between leftist and liberal is purely economic based in this context. That's what most people are using it for, especially people who consider themselves leftists themselves. Leftists are anti-capitalist, whereas liberals still believe in capitalism with social safety nets. And leftists might often advocate for a form of liberalism as a transitionary state, right? Like they'll be a democratic socialist, so they advocate for social democratic policies in the meantime to inevitably in the future, then through democratic processes, to convince enough people to then in the future possibly adopt socialism. So that's their view. I'm a social democrat, meaning I just am like a progressive liberal. I believe in a capitalist structure with broad social safety nets. One thing unique about my position is that I think that, like, inevitably speaking, we're going to get to a point in society where most aspects of their society are owned publicly because of the level of automation that exists. Now, that's not probably going to happen in our lifetimes, but it will probably happen for our children, or not our children, our grandchildren, or their children, like our great-grandchildren. Like, I would say that's probably when we're going to have enough automation, or maybe even later than that, where it would end up being that most stuff is going to be publicly owned in order to ensure like an adequate distribution of wealth. But like under our current society, the best thing right now is like a form of liberalism.
Okay, see, so like this is where, sure, you know a million times more than me, but I want to keep this more general because I think a lot of people, especially watching this live, like I'm sure you're gonna have a lot of people who are like heavy political like you, that know everything about every single term, every single law, every single act in government, but I'm just keeping it more general. Don't you think? I would agree. Since Trump's first year of office, Trump definitely started this hate train. But I think the Biden administration, just society in general, just started to go haywire. And I think it's a train that's not going to stop, right? Like evidently, I don't know, like we got to move to another country or something. But it's just like not going well. Would you agree with that?
What? No, I actually wouldn't. What hate did the Biden-Harris administration spread? I would actually argue they didn't hate the Republicans enough.
No, like
right? Like
no,
I would
I'm not
argue
about,
that they didn't do
sides.
enough on that respect. But yeah, what did you say?
Right. I'm not talking about the sides. I'm talking about how divided the country and society is. Worsened, if that's a word. What is it? Like got worse over the Biden administration.
Yeah, like what got worse, sir?
The divide between our country.
But like, who was that caused by? Because I think that was caused by Trump because of January 6th, right? And him convincing like 70% of the Democratic Party that the election was stolen, or not Democratic, Republican Party, that the election is stolen with no evidence. I don't think that was on behalf of the Democrats. I think if anything, the Democrats tried to go back to like normal.
No, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. They didn't try and as a whole. I'm sure some people did. Sure, maybe you did. I don't really know. But as a whole, no. Either side, they're both horrible. People on the extreme left, people on the extreme right are horrible, and it just like heavily divides our country. I don't know
think
how.
that's,
Like,
to be totally honest, I think that's heavily reductionist. Like, I don't think everyone on the far
dude, that's
left.
way too big of a word. You gotta.
Sorry. I think that's you're making it maybe a little bit too simplistic there. Okay. It's a generalized statement, and I think that there are so many people that are leftists that are amazing people. Okay. I don't think you're gonna really find many people on the far right that are like that. Depending on how you define the far right, like there are people who are like libertarians, right? That are pretty relatively cool people. Obviously, I would want them to change their mind. I think their economic policy can yield to be pretty crazy, but I do think that like left wing people are cool. Leftists are cool. Like I like the policies they have, and just because maybe you've had bad engagements with some people who consider themselves leftists, I don't think is like a reason why we should categorize all leftists to be that way or make some sort of generalized statement about leftists.
No, I would say, well, this is also a general statement, but these far right people you're debating that I had to sit here and listen to for the last hour are complete weirdo loser. Like, just they're incredibly stupid. But like, I just
want to let you know, I think you're pretty far right in supporting Trump. Like, genuinely, I don't think that this is moderate, and I think it's the fact that Trump is the candidate for the Republicans has convinced the general person that like somehow they're moderate because they're constantly trying to portray the other side as radical and crazy, and themselves as not radical and crazy when actively everything they do is radical and crazy. Like, can you name a single Democratic presidential candidate? Yeah, name a single Democratic presidential candidate that called for the execution of his political opponents.
I'm sure none of them. What? Like, I'm sure.
Who did?
Like, what?
You know who did?
Yeah,
Trump did
sure
that.
Trump did.
He
and
went
I'm
on
sure.
social
Okay,
media.
we could
reposted someone saying
Yes.
HANG them, George Washington Wood.
Okay. I could not. So, okay, not that I know you personally, but from listening to you, from listening to your videos, from kind of knowing who you are on social media, you are a very sensitive guy. I would say. I would argue, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm dead wrong. But I would say a lot of people who are heavily political are very sensitive. So if you would go run me through a million things Donald Trump has said on Twitter or in like wherever he posts his bullshit, it sounds so absurd. And it is so absurd. But like, who really cares? Like, so you were just debating that guy on the stuff he said about his daughter. Like, obviously that's so weird. My parents would never say that. I also come from like a good family. I don't think he ever did. He's just a weirdo. But like, what do I care what he says about like his personal family? Like, yeah, it reflects him as a person being like a human being, but he's the president, not my friend. He's the president, not my father. He's the president, not my, teacher. Like, he's the president. So I don't really care if he says some weird shit online.
Okay. And this is something we need to address, but I just want to let you know, the level of sensitivity that you have is actually important. Now, everyone is sensitive to some degree. That's just a reality. But I think when people claim that or make a claim about sensitivity, or typically when men do this, they're claiming like someone's overly sensitive. But like, I think the idea with associating sensitivity with that negative connotation, right, is actually something that like men oftentimes rely on, so they don't actively have to address their emotions on things, and so that they can dismiss other men when they say things that they don't like. And I think that in of itself, right, is based upon just feelings, which is the idea that someone has in their head when they think of just sensitive. Sensitive means that someone's just in their feelings about something, right? Sensitive can mean a broad array of things, and it's important to understand that having a level of sensitivity is important. And also, it might seem that way because our society is so fucking crazy right now. It's unhinged. It's so ridiculous. So, I mean, obviously it's going to make any reasonable person sensitive, right?
Yeah, but like something like just that last guy, when you called him out, I don't know, he said something obviously offensive about special needs, right?
Did.
Yeah, no shit. Didn't think you did.
Oh, I
So
thought
my
no,
brother.
I thought you said you did. That's you might have
No.
missaid that.
Oh, maybe I did. So my brother has special needs. Obviously, I don't, I don't really mess with that. I don't really like that he said that. But at the same time, like, I feel like the way you react to things, like, you would think someone just got like hurt. You'd think like something just like very, something severe happened. I feel like you overreact to things. And that's coming from a place where, like, maybe I think because your job is to debate morons online sometimes, like, it's probably tough to not get really annoyed and mad at these people, but I just think you overreact sometimes. So I just think a lot of people on the left, maybe a lot of people on the right, actually, yes, definitely, a lot of people on the far right, a lot of people on the far left think like all this shit is just like so much more important than it is.
Okay. Well, I just want to let you know, there's 8,600 people listening to this conversation right now. Okay? 8,600 people. If you were on a stage in front of 8,600 people and there were going to be people in the audience that would be negatively impacted by the things that the person said on the live stream, obviously that's going to negatively impact you. I'm thinking of that. I have to, and the thing is, I understand not thinking about that because you typically, like in an average thing, I didn't think about this before. Like, I never thought about that before. You don't think about that until you have a platform, until you're in front of that many people all the time. But yeah, it does have impacts on people. And yeah, you should have responses to things like that. And it might seem like an overreaction to someone who's typically just seeing it, but that's only because in society, there typically is no reaction.
Right. I mean,
It's
I guess
typically
it's
just
just
accepted. So almost anything in which is a negative response to it will seem like a negative, like an overreaction to people that are conditioned to believe that the common reaction is to just not have a sort of response to it that's negative. So how could I respond negatively without it coming off as overreactive to people who have been conditioned to believe that the mechanism in which you should react is by not responding?
I never said you shouldn't respond. I just think
I'm
sometimes
not
it's-
saying that you're saying that. I'm just saying that that's the society we grew up in, where like it's common that there's not a response to behavior like that. So any response in terms of a negative way, some people are going to view as an overreaction. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's an overreaction.
I just think in life, I just think there's a way to respond, and then there's a way to respond that gives off that. I don't know. I guess it is different though. You have a platform that you have to worry about how other people take things, but that's why I just think like this world today is so sensitive. It doesn't mean I have no empathy. Like, I don't know how that would mean that. I'm sure.
How is it in a bad way? How is it sensitive in a bad way? Let's have this conversation. Where is it overly sensitive?
I just think if you create a culture or a culture becomes too sensitive, then like you have rise in problems like depression, anxiety, and I don't know, those suck. So I just think a lot of other cultures out there don't have a lot of people going through depression the rates that we are because their culture isn't that sensitive to things. Like I feel like now we're conditioned to be so sensitive.
Which cultures are you referencing?
I don't know, other countries. Like, do we have, again, this is where like you do this for a living, I don't. I wouldn't know countries and their depression rates. But if I would have to guess without knowing anything, I would say the United States has an above average depression rate, if that's even a metric.
Does that mean that it's associated with sensitivity, right? And how we view sensitivity, and also how do we view sensitivity differently than those countries that you're referencing?
You tell me. Do you think it has a correlation?
Isn't that dependent on the case? If you don't have any reason to back up what you're saying, it seems like this is just a general feeling that you have, and not something that you've critically thought about to say like, oh, is it actually like a specific thing that we're pointing to that's overly sensitive, or am I just saying that people like? Or by the way, we shouldn't associate just being sensitive with anxiety and depression. Anxiety and depression are things that people deal with on an internal basis that oftentimes they don't have control over, right? Like you don't, like someone who has anxiety doesn't necessarily have control over the fact that they have anxiety. That's just something that they have, right?
Of
So
course,
it's
yeah.
not like in when we view the idea of being sensitive, it's almost like we're viewing someone having a response to something that they necessarily shouldn't have had a response to, meaning that there's some mechanism of control they have over that. Now, there are things you can do to address your anxiety, but there's not someone you can't just like get rid of your anxiety if you are someone who's diagnosed with anxiety. That's just not how it works.
Right. I didn't think it was.
So I'm just clarifying though. So again, when you say that there's a rise in problems such as this, one thing that can be associated with that is an increase in technological advancement and access to be able to be diagnosed. That could be another thing that would
All
way
right.
more correlate with it. If you want to reference
Sure.
things that can
Yeah.
cause this, how are we viewing things? Be specific. How are we viewing things in a quote unquote sensitive manner that you think is negative?
How are we viewing things that I think?
Like
What's
in
the
a
question?
sensitive manner in society in which you think is too much. Like maybe me. Be specific with me. Like, is there something that I'm pointing to or I'm viewing
Oh
that
no,
is
I
in
wouldn't.
an
I wouldn't.
overly sensitive manner?
I wouldn't say you specifically because I don't know you that well. But I would say like the whole LGBTQ stuff.
Like, what about it?
People get so riled up about something that doesn't matter. Like if my friend Lauren came up to me, she was a girl, and she said, "All right, now I'm transitioning to be a guy." I'd be like, "Okay, thanks for letting me know." And like a lot of other people would be like, "Oh my God, I have a problem with this, this, and this." And then she would, be so vocal about it. And it just like starts a whole feud that it's just like this shit doesn't matter.
That sounds like conservatives getting mad at trans people existing. And then
What?
yeah,
No, what?
to
No,
me
I'm
that you
saying
just
the
described a
opposite.
set of scenarios where like a conservative was mad at trans people existing, right? And then like that's what caused the feud. So
Oh.
you said that you responded in a manner in which it wouldn't yield that because it's not a big deal to you. It's their life. They determine what's up with themselves. They're the basis of that. It doesn't mean a lot to you. So you don't think about a lot about that, right? And
Okay,
you're
so-
saying
okay,
that
so that's
conservatives
LG
who are focused on it, who
Yo.
think it's bad, right, are too focused
so
on the
the-
hate that they have for trans people and for the people of the LGBTQ plus community, rather than just not even addressing it, like
All right,
they
well
do with plenty of other
that's
things.
that's one example. But say like, all right, maybe on the flip side, I don't know. I don't know what do Republicans do. Something with guns, maybe. I don't know what the fuck they do. Some Republican gets a gun, and then the left is mad that they're all into guns and stuff. Like, I don't. Who cares? It's their life, not yours.
Well, okay,
Like
so
people
then,
are too concerned about other people's lives. That's what I'm saying, and I just think that escalated during the Biden administration.
okay, so there's
Also the
things.
Trump.
So here's an issue: there are things to be concerned about, and there are things that not to be concerned about. Okay, like for example, someone's sexuality, right? As long as they're in a consenting adult relationship, right? Them in a relationship with someone, like a man in a relationship with
And as
with
long as
another
someone
man,
doesn't shoot up the
right? There's
school
not
with
an
a gun, then
issue.
it's
There's not an issue with
right.
that. It's not impacting anyone. Now, there are certain things to
Same
care
thing with
about, like
guns.
in terms of guns, that negatively impacts other people. There are people shot by guns, negatively impacted by guns, where in other countries around the world, they don't have the same level of gun violence. And especially, you can't say to people who have had members of their family that they've lost due to gun violence, you can't tell them that some gun control wouldn't be able to limit the likelihood of this happening to as many people as it does. There are things we can do as a society to limit this from happening, and that's all Democrats are saying. We're not saying completely getting rid of everyone's guns, but we are saying there are certain things we can do to save lives, and it makes sense for us to do that in the same way that we take precautions with cars, because cars are dangerous, right? We have to take precautions with those. We need people to have licenses. We need people to specifically set it. I think that everyone has a right to transportation, like around in the world that we live in. I think that's an important right. So I think that it's not just viewed as a specific privilege in a certain sense, right? There are privileges to driving, but it's also, there's a right to transportation, which is also why we build on top of like free public transportation. So this is just an expression of that. You could say that it's a privilege on the basis of that. There are other mechanisms to transport, but that's second.
Right, so like I'm sorry. And this is not something to laugh about, but I just read a comment. I lost my best friend to gun violence. He can shut the hell up. I don't know. I'm guessing he's talking to me. I'm not saying like that's not a prevalent issue. I'm sure like a ton of people die to gun violence, and that's absolutely horrific. That's obviously tragic. But I'm saying like people would argue that obviously not to the same scale. One's life and death, and one's maybe they get their feelings hurt, but you know, when someone's trans and they walk into the other bathroom, and that's, you know, some people view that as an issue. It's just all of these issues, regardless of my personal opinion. I don't even think I've given a lot of my personal opinions, but it's just like all these issues create so much divide. And I just, not that I was alive to see if this was true or not, but I don't think that was a thing like 40 years ago. I don't think there was as much divide as there is now. So I just wonder if there's a strategy you think that'll stop this, or it's just like we're just going to keep going down this path where society is so divided.
It's going to sound really partisan of me, but I want you to listen here real quick. I think it's genuinely caused by Trump. I think it's genuinely caused by how conservatives are viewing these topics. They put $255 million into anti-trans ads on TV. Democrats did $0. Okay? So if anyone's fueling the flames of the quote-unquote culture war, right, it is not the liberals, it's the conservatives doing that repeatedly. Right. Now, again, are there people on the left that engage with this? Yes. Because obviously there are going to be people that exist that want to defend those from unjustified and unreasonable criticism that can negatively hurt their lives, right?
Yeah,
so people are affected by these things, so obviously there are going to be people to stand up for those that are affected, right?
Yeah.
Who's causing the division? Well, it's going to be conservatives because they're trying to distract away from their economic policy.
Sure, okay, so I'm not going to like argue that. Sure, maybe it is all Trump. So Trump leaves office in 2028. Do you think it'll be solved in the next 10 years after he leaves?
I don't think it's solved by just getting rid of Trump, but I do think it makes it significantly better, like ideologically speaking. And like one thing I have to address here is that it's the mentality like Trump. It's not just Trump. It's the mentality that he's created within our society because of the level of power that he's held within the Republican Party. So it's what he represents within the Republican Party. It's the views that he pushes, and then what he puts on other ideologues that are then going to take over the party after he's gone.
Yeah, so, all right. So, again, it's just my question again. I feel like once someone like that, it's like Andrew Tate. It's like him, not to like categorize them, but I guess they are pretty similar. But like once those people, I guess, like make their mark on society, how do you go back? You can't.
Well, you actively fight against that. You fight against that messaging. That's what I'm doing here. It's
So can I ask?
counterculture.
Yeah. So can I ask? Is that like, first of all, do you like what you do?
Mm-hmm.
Because like I feel like whenever I watch, you do get very annoyed at certain people.
Yeah, because I care about this country. It annoys me that these things are restricting us from being able to ensure that people have healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, and basic things that they need. How many people are harmed because of the fact that there's such a misunderstanding of things, that people don't do research, that people don't critically think. It's exhausting that people don't do those things. And obviously it's going to cause any reasonable person who's engaging with it all the time to have that type of response. But the point is it's showing a passion because I care about this country and I'm doing this because I want this country to be a better place.
But like, yeah, I guess. But I feel like the last 7 debates I've seen you that are not like trolls that actually talk, at the end of the discussion, you don't change their mind. So is it to change the people you're speaking to, their minds, or the people that are watching?
It's both.
Or both.
Now, I've changed countless people that are on the streams that are debating me specifically. I would say it's more likely to change people's minds who are in the audience, though.
Right. Because people who speak to you are probably just so...
Oftentimes,
know,
but like there are
hill.
people I speak to that I change their minds. There are people who are in the chat right now who have talked to me and I have changed their mind through talking to them.
Okay,
because
okay.
I've been
so,
doing this for years now.
All right, so maybe I want to try that because obviously I'm not overly political, so I don't think you'd change my mind on who to vote for. Not that I voted last time, but like something like so Elon Musk, what tax percentage would you like him to pay for federal tax?
Yeah, I would like billionaires to be paying 50% plus.
Oh my god, 50% plus. You can't say 50% plus. Is it 50% or is it 85%?
It's gonna be somewhere around 50 to 60% for billionaires.
Don't you think?
I think the most for like millionaires would be 50%. I don't believe in like higher taxes than that, but like when it comes to billionaires, I have no issue with taking over 60%. or taking around 60%.
Oh my god. Okay. See, that's something I really disagree with. First off, all right, so someone like Elon, right? He makes $1 bajillion a year. So all right, first of all, it's all like illiquid, so I don't even know how you really
I'm
tax
talking,
them.
long-term capital gains tax rates we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars. We're talking about the highest levels of income. Now, if it's specifically just in net worth, you can't necessarily tax that until they are going to pull it out. I don't believe in unrealized capital gains taxes. I think that they can have detrimental impacts. Now, I do think that there is some level it could be applied that could be effective. I just haven't really seen much of that, and I would stray away from applying it until we have good evidence to indicate that it would be more effective. But like, I do think that when it's pulled out, when it's passed down through inheritance, there's a point to tax it.
Right, but like someone like Elon, right? Like he's obviously not doing what he does now for the money. Obviously he has enough to, obviously retire his 25 generations past him. Obviously infinite generations past him. So he's not doing it for the money, he's doing it, whether it's control, power, or I don't know, he wants to create 1 million companies. But say someone who nets like 5 million a
doing
year.
It for the money as well. Like I think he wants to be the richest person in the world, and he wants a certain.
He already is the
money,
richest
and that
person in the
gives
world.
him power and influence.
All right, I just don't. All right, well, that's
But,
just a
like,
separate
think about
argument.
long
You don't know
term.
him, I don't know him, so that's just like, yeah.
Think
what
about
do you mean
long term.
He's going to be worth. He's the richest person now. He'll never die. When he dies, he's still going to be the top 100 richest person in the world.
I mean, you could have said the same thing about Bill Gates, right? About Warren Buffett. You could have said the same thing about other people specifically who had less money, right, in the past, where we thought it was so much money. Well, we could have never even assumed that there would be a trillionaire. Now Elon Musk's talking about possibly being a trillionaire. You know what I mean? Like things change over time, and also valuation of currency is different.
All right, I don't know how to ask this without it like being a dark question. Obviously, you don't wish like death upon anyone, but in a perfect world, would you wish Elon never existed as a person?
But I wouldn't wish he would never exist. I would wish he wouldn't have the views that he does, or the influence that he does.
Like, don't you think the stuff he's doing with SpaceX and even Tesla like outweigh his negative political opinions?
No, not at all. I mean, do you understand how much bad he did specifically about buying like Twitter? Have you seen Twitter recently? Have you gone on there?
No. Who the fuck
Rampant
goes on
neo-Nazis.
No. All right,
Rampant
neo-Nazis. Normal people don't go on Twitter. It's like only like 15 to 30-year-olds who have either weird jobs or don't come from a good family.
But there's a lot of normal people on Twitter. Like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't think a lot of normal people go on Twitter. Not like your average person.
I mean, you can look at
stable,
like,
good job. And
most people, when they're younger, they're getting their media from social media. Okay, that's the reality of the world we live in now. We can act like it's not common, but it is.
I didn't say social media in general. I just said Twitter. But
yeah, I'm telling you, like. This
okay, yeah, I'm sure there's people on Twitter that are weird. Like, I don't know what your point is.
Okay, but the point is it's becoming prevalent that they're putting influence into things, and that push people towards Trump. I think that makes our country worse.
So what would you like
would
Elon
be actively
to do
better
about
if Kamala Harris were president.
And what would Kamala do about Twitter?
Well, I'm not saying that she would do something about Twitter. I was just saying that we'd have a better society, right? And Twitter is how how Elon Musk used his money in order to influence politics and social opinion in a negative manner.
Okay, so what would Kamala be doing? That's not like, don't get into like so much like specific policy, but just in general, what would be the main differences?
Yeah, she wanted to expand the child tax credit and increase that, which reduces childhood poverty. She wanted to increase it to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, when prior it was $2,000 throughout the entirety. And then also she's advocating to increase the housing tax credit, $25,000 for first-time home buyers for new homes, which will help build up and stimulate housing development in places where people want to live and help younger people get into houses quicker.
See, like all these policies, right? They sound amazing, right? Great. But like, I feel like politicians in general, and tell me if I'm wrong, probably am. A lot of politicians, including Trump, including Biden, including Barack Obama. I love Barack Obama, but including him, every president says they wish they want to do this, they advocate for this, they plan to do this. Then they get in office. That's not realistic. Whether it's like all their policies, half their policies, whatever. Yeah, Kamala said she's going to do all that, but how many things did Biden say he was going to do and didn't do? Not that I would know specifics. You
I
would
think he
know
did
specifics.
a lot of what he said. Now, obviously, there's some things you can't do because of the fact that there are limitations in getting things passed. But the reality is that these are the things that they're going to push for and advocate for in that position. Do you understand that it pushes us towards this? And also, in terms of the Biden-Harris administration, I'll give you certain policies. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. These are all policies that they passed that specifically are things that they ran on and said that they were going to do and then did once they got into office. Like, there were some historic levels of legislation under the Biden-Harris administration. They just had they just were horrible at communicating it.
So the Biden-Harris administration was a success, you think? Yes.
Comparative to plenty of other presidents, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yes. So,
like, I don't agree with them across the board. There are plenty of disagreements and failures I think the Biden administration engaged in. But like overall, comparative to other administrations, it was one of the most productive administrations in U.S. history.
And what would be the main argument against that you've seen come up? Not with these like TikTok debaters, just with like actual people who you debate with who know something about politics.
The thing is, there aren't Trump supporters that are at that point. I'm serious, like genuinely. Like, there are other conservatives that probably view things that are very smart and intellectual and give you responses like that. There are no defensible positions for Trump's policies. Like, I'm genuinely serious. I've been having these conversations for a long time. There are no genuinely good positions that Trump supporters can hold to.
All right. So why did Kamala not get elected?
Why did Kamala not get? Because people were misinformed and they believed Donald Trump when he said that he was going to reduce prices and he was running on affordability, and then now he's calling it a Democratic hoax.
That's what I'm saying. Everyone runs. Well, every politician.
He's uniquely more of a con man. I'm not saying, again, Democrats do everything they say they're going to do. I'm just saying that they do it to a significantly greater extent. We have to look at proportionality here. Who's more likely to do things in benefit of the country? Well, it's obviously not Donald Trump. He's more likely to do things that will benefit him rather than the country.
All right. So what about the stock market? Was the market better under Trump or, I guess, Biden?
At the end of the Biden-Harris administration, we had a higher growth rate.
At the end, because it was bouncing back from COVID. What?
I'm talking at the end. This is not bounce back from COVID. This is the end. This was the end of 2024 and 2025, beginning of 2025. That's not coming out of COVID. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I guess till 2023. The 2021 to 2023 was a COVID bounce back. I mean that. So I'm talking about overall over the 4 years, the S&P, what did it average over the Trump administration in 2016 and the Biden administration in 2020? Which one was higher on average over the 4 years?
I would have to look at over the 4 years. I'm not sure about that. I'm looking at the trends. So I'm not just saying because it happened under the administration it's that way. I'm looking at the trend and I'm showing you how there would be a negative impact on the trend, and I would say that's likely due to tariffs. Now, it's not to say that tariffs will cause it to completely like destroy every aspect of the market. I don't think that's necessarily happened. I just think it makes it significantly worse. Right? We see rising unemployment. We see decreasing size of GDP growth. We see higher or worse off jobs numbers. We've seen multiple months of negative job growth. Right? We've seen prices go up. Now we're not.
Right, so
there are plenty of states that are currently in a recession, but I definitely don't think it's like every single state that's currently in a recession. That's not what the economic data says right now. But I think it's prompting us, right, for an overall recession for the country.
All right. Whose economy was better? Would you say Trump's or Biden's?
I would say that Biden's economy is better.
I just don't understand that. As a recreational investor, how would you persuade me to think that?
Yeah, because you wouldn't have imposed tariffs. Tariffs are very detrimental to the economy in terms of businesses because they rely on, especially even for manufacturing goods in the United States, they rely on getting a huge amount of those products that they use as materials from other countries around the world.
Right. Like it's just okay, I understand what you're saying and I'm sure you're absolutely right, but it's shit I don't care about. I did better in the market when Trump was president. So not that it's just
That's a
me, but
correlation causation fallacy. Just because two things are
all right, I'm
associated does
glad
not
you have
mean
a
one
term
cause
for
the
that. I don't
other.
know. What are you talking about? Both presidencies, I've done better in the market under Trump than I have during Biden.
Okay. Again, that's anecdotal, one, to your own experience, your own personal experience. Two,
Yeah.
that's not reflective of everyone else. Three, that's not reflective of even specifically the policies they engage in. You'd have to point
I'm
to
not voting for everyone else.
policies.
I'm voting for myself.
You'd have to point to policies and things that they put into the case to then cause that to happen. And if you say that you only vote for yourself, I think that's absurd. Obviously, you vote for what's best for the country to some degree, right?
Yeah, to some degree, of course, like over macro or for over like over some issues, sure. But I mean, I don't know. I think like what's most important in an election, I'd say what's going to feed me and my family.
Yeah, your family's going to be fed under both administrations. It's just going to be
It
easier
was
to feed
it
your
was the
family under
same.
a Democratic administration. But the thing is, that can't be
You're the
said.
one. Wait,
That can't be said for plenty of other families because Donald Trump's cutting, right, children off of free school lunch and breakfast to the tune of 420,000 children on average every single month. He's cutting, what's it called? 2.5 million people off their access to food stamps on average every single month. Over 10 million people off their access to health insurance while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt and giving most of the tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires and rich and wealthy Americans. So, although you're going to be okay and you're going to be able to eat either way, that's not reflective of what it is going to be for other people.
I'm a little hung up on the 60% tax rate. I'm not gonna lie. If we could go
For
back to that, I'd
billionaires,
love
for
an
billionaires,
explanation.
dude, you're never
All
going to
right,
be a
where?
billionaire. This will never apply to you. And I believe in a progressive tax structure. I'm not saying I want to tax you 60%.
Such a weird thing to say to someone, but okay.
What? What's a weird thing
That
to say?
I'm never gonna be a billionaire. There's 2,500 billionaires. How do you know?
Dude, stop. You're not going to be a billionaire.
Well, I'm just
Shut
no,
the fuck
all
up.
right, I'm sure statistics point towards I'm not. It's just a weird thing to
Yeah,
say. But
no, it's not a weird thing to say. It's like literally statistically incredibly unlikely.
yes, obviously, because there's only 2,500 of them. But I'm just saying, what does that have to do with anything? Just because I'm not a billionaire doesn't mean I wouldn't think it's weird if you want to tax them 60%. How do you tax someone over 50% of what they personally make? How do you take away 50% of what someone makes? I just don't understand. It's not an argument. I'm just like, I want you to help me
Because they have
understand.
so much money, it doesn't impact them at all.
What kind of what kind of statement is that?
Yeah,
What do you mean
genuinely.
it doesn't impact
When
them
you
all?
have
Yes,
when
it
you
doesn't.
have
It doesn't
billions of
impact them
dollars
looking for their next
listen,
meal. Sure.
Listen. When you have billions of dollars, taking away 60% of their money does not affect their quality of life at all.
Oh my God. That is such a dumb statement to say. Sure, yes, it doesn't affect where they go on vacation or the next house they buy or the next meal they have, but it does affect what they can do with their companies. It does for their,
This
next
is when they take it out. This is when they
revolutionary
take it out in
idea.
terms of income and capital gains.
Okay, I'm just saying, so Elon, right? You want to tax him 60%, which obviously would never actually happen nor work.
It would. It would.
Do you ever think that would ever happen? Do you ever think the tax rate will go over 51%?
Yes. It already is in some
That is
states.
the federal tax rate to go over 50%?
No, not federal tax rate. I'm talking about it like if you do federal
Talking
plus
the
state.
federal tax rate.
Oh, I mean, will it go
Right
over
now, the
50%?
highest is
Historically speaking, it's already been. Like the top marginal tax rate's been 90% before.
when? In 1842?
No, this was in like the 1950s.
Do you think that would ever go back to that? I wouldn't know how that would, like, how do you lower
And
it
by
to
the way, I just want to let you know
37%?
this is a top marginal tax rate. So it's not saying that every bracket is that way. So effective tax rate, right, would be different than top marginal tax rate. I'm saying in terms of effective tax rate, I believe that 60% is fair for the highest levels of billions of dollars. I'm not 60% will never be applicable to you. Hell, I
mean,
don't think
honestly,
you should be taxed
like
50%, right? The point I'm making is that the highest levels of income, income that you will never make in your life, will be taxed at that amount. Yes.
I mean, sure, like,
And what is that for? That's for the good of society. It genuinely is. It's for the good of
all right,
society.
sure,
It's to ensure
tax the
it's to
billionaire
ensure that people
60%.
have
That's not
things that
who
they
I'm.
need. Listen, it's to ensure that people have access to things that they need in terms of healthcare and childcare and housing affordability and basic needs for Americans. If you're America first, if you care about people in your country, the average American, then this actually will be better for them. This actually will increase their quality of life.
Average American
and it's
is a
not taking away from
moron.
you to
I
do
don't
it.
really.
And then you're calling yourself one.
I don't know how I would fit as the average American, but wouldn't agree with that. But no, the average American is a moron, and I'm really not concerned about the billionaire. Sure, tax them 6%.
Can I ask you a question?
Talking about
How many branches of government are there?
3:
What are they?
legislative, judicial, executive. Dude,
What are the
like,
two
what?
main aspects of the legislative branch?
Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, do you want a history quiz me? I don't know. Like,
You don't know
could
the
go
two
through
main
that.
aspects of the legislative branch?
2 main aspects of the legislative branch: Congress and the House.
So it's
I'm
Congress.
surprised I got that,
There's
dude.
no, you didn't get it. It's Congress.
didn't get
In
it.
Congress, there is the House and the Senate.
House and all right, yeah, got that.
Okay.
That was close.
So you said the average American's a moron. Well, it seems like it's applicable to you.
All right,
How many
explain to me
continents are there?
Yeah, all right. Explain to me an LBO. Explain to me a DCF. Like, I'll ask you banking questions. You'll ask me political questions. Yes, you don't know shit about banking.
You mean
I
I'll
don't know
ask you
shit about
third grade
politics.
questions? These are third grade
Alright.
questions.
All right, do you?
How many continents are there?
What's an LBO?
How many continents are there?
7. What's an LBO? See,
Tell me
I
what the
answered yours.
continents
Now
are.
you answer mine.
Tell me what the continents are.
Wait. You asked me 3. I answered them. I just want to know. What's an LBO or what's
Is that
a DCF?
is that a
I'll give
question you
options.
were asked in third grade?
No. Why would I remember shit I learned in 3rd grade?
Yeah. So
Do you want me to name the
if I'm asking you
continents?
a basic third grade question and then you ask me something hyper specific to banking, you understand the distinction between those two? One's general knowledge, the other one's not. And by the way, are you trying to reference like how Elon Musk bought like Twitter?
What? Am I trying to reference that?
Yeah.
By talking about an LBO and a DCF? I'm just saying, like, I do banking, you do politics.
This isn't just
So-
politics. This is literally basic knowledge.
You just asked me what the continents are, but I'm saying, like, you're asking
Yeah,
me.
these are things you learned in 3rd to 5th grade.
Yeah, you're asking me branches of government. Yes, I learned in 3rd grade. Have I had to use it since? No.
Okay, so but you understand you just called the average American a moron, yet you didn't know anything about who you voted for. You know nothing about basic
I didn't
things
vote.
that you were taught
We
in
already
fucking
said
elementary school.
I didn't vote. And the average American, just because I don't know the 2 branches of the the 2 parts of the legislative branch, because I don't do politics, nor would I care, nor does it affect me on a day-to-day basis, that I don't qualify as an average American.
Okay, so then
What?
how are you going to say the average American is dumb? Right? If you
The
are
average
gonna,
American
like
is
genuinely, how are you
a
going to say that?
moron.
Yeah, and
The
how are you going to say
average-
that? From your own position. How are you going to say that?
'Cause the
Because I would
average
say that
person
if we're going to be applying it to anyone, it probably would be applicable to you. I mean, you support Trump.
The average person I meet outside of business is a moron out in the
In
streets.
what way? In what way?
They don't do anything with their lives. They have a shitty job, blame it on others. They're overly sensitive, which I know you don't like me to say. I don't know, a ton of reasons.
Overly sensitive, have bad jobs. What's your job? What do you do for work?
I'm in IB.
Investment banking?
Yep, that would
How
be
much?
IB.
How much do you work a week?
In terms of hours, it obviously
Yeah.
fluctuates depending on the month.
Like on an average month?
I'd say probably 70.
70 hours?
Yeah, maybe.
So do you think the average American should work 70 hours in a week?
Matters how much they want to make a year.
Okay, and
If
by
you
the
wanna
way,
make-
how many
if
hours
you
do you
wanna
work a
make
day?
Probably around 9 or 10.
9 or 10 hours? Every day?
Yeah.
Then what are you doing right now?
I have going on. Well, I'm packing right now. I'm going on a trip with my family.
So you're taking
For the
vacation?
holidays. Yep.
Okay. And it's December 11th. So you're already taking
Yep.
a trip to the holidays?
Yep. I have to be back by the 26th, so I'm going 2 weeks to Amsterdam.
Okay, good for you. Good for you. That sounds great. That sounds great. And so
I'm confused about these questions.
well, no, the point that I'm making is that you're saying that people have bad jobs, right? They don't work enough,
Can we
and
go
then they
back? You
blame
said-
everything else. But it sounds like you're assuming that people should be working like 70 hours in a week like you.
I mean, it depends on if you want to make 150 grand your first year out of college. Like, I don't know. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. It's the lifestyle you want to live. I don't know. I'm not the same as you. You're not the same as me. I'm not the same as anyone else. Some people would look at like that and be like, what do I need $150,000 a year for? I could live off my 40 grand a year salary. Some people are like, yeah, I would work 110 hours a week for a 200 grand salary. Wouldn't you agree or no? Am I stupid?
Few things here. One, you are literally increasing your taxes at the level of income that you make by voting for Donald Trump compared to voting for Harris, because you have to make over 400 grand in order to pay any increased tax rate under Harris's administration. Secondly, the level that you work is definitely not what the average American should have to work. I don't think the average American, right, is somehow going to be dumb because they don't want to work 70 hours in a week. I don't want to work 70 hours in a week. Who the fuck wants to do that other than you, dude? I'm sorry, you have to literally have essentially
lot of
no
people?
life to
What?
work 70 hours in a week.
Yeah, when you first start out, like if you actually like care to,
Dude,
if you
listen,
are actually interested.
70 hours a week means you're working 10 hours every single day of the week.
Nope. That's just first of all, like when you start out,
What is 7 times 10?
70.
There you
So
go.
you
So
work-
if
you
there's
work-
7
I
days
don't
in a
work
week,
10 hours a
you
day.
are on average working 10 hours. Oh, so you don't work 10 hours a day?
Probably, I mean, to be honest, I probably work 12. It's probably 70 hours in a week. You obviously don't work Saturday, Sunday most of the time. So yeah, it's probably a little more than that on a day to day. It's probably
So
like 12.
you do 12 hours for 5 days.
I mean, honestly, my first year was probably worse. It's probably like 95 hours a week. Yeah, it sucks the first 3 years. What are you gonna like cry about it, dude? Like if you're doing something you like, why does it?
I mean, if you're doing something you like, go for it. But that is a ridiculous level to work yourself, and the average American not doing that is not evidence of them being
Yeah,
either fucking
listen.
lazy, dumb, or anything like that. That is ridiculous. It doesn't make you smarter because you worked twice as much as the average American.
Well, all right, you can't like. Yes, you say that working 70 hours a week is crazy to some people.
Yeah,
but if you're doing
it
something you
doesn't
like,
make you better to have a zero work-life balance. That doesn't make you
what,
better.
no matter what your job is, it doesn't make you better. What?
Yeah, so
I
then
could
what's
be-
your
I could
point?
be the president. It doesn't make you better.
But
I
you
never
were
said it
claiming
makes
that
I
Americans
said the average American.
Americans are dumb, and not you, by the way. You're saying that you're not. This is not applicable to you. And
I
you're
would say
saying
I'm
that-
pretty dumb in the politics world, if that's what you want to get out of me. But
Here's
I'm
my
not- I
point.
wouldn't
Here's
say
my
I'm
point.
pretty
I wouldn't
dumb.
necessarily classify the average American as dumb. What I would say is that the average American is misinformed, and I think that there's a distinction.
Oh my
okay?
god, same thing to me. But yeah,
No, I don't, okay, if you think that that's the same thing, then that's you. But I think that there's a distinction between those. I wouldn't just call every single misinformed person dumb on the stream. That's not how I typically use the term, right? There's going to be some sort of willful ignorance on top of this that's going to be applicable to being dumb, right? I think that's an important aspect of it. I don't think it's.
are you
just
talking
being
just
misinformed.
politically or just like misinformed? In what? Misinformed in what category?
Yeah,
just politically?
No, it's not just politically. Politically is one way of measuring, but it's not the only way.
I mean, like what? You have to be
'Cause, I mean,
informed
you're-
in something.
This is about how you treat society. I think it's pretty dumb to not want to like benefit society as a whole, given that you have the tools to understand it, right? So I think that it's important to get people involved, and I do think that it's dumb, right, to willfully not engage with something that specifically is going to be important for affecting so many people. Does that make sense?
The amount of time. Okay, yeah. Well, all right, sure. You could see if you. I'm guessing you're going to disagree, but because you do this for a living, but I think it would take me a long time, to correctly research and make the right decision on a presidential candidate. That's why I don't vote. It would take me a while to, like, obviously, so I don't know anything about Kamala. I don't know anything about Trump. So I didn't vote. Why would I vote if I don't know who the right pick is, who the right candidate is? The amount of time it would take me to research that on my own would take a lot of time, don't you agree? To do it right.
I think that you can identify it very quickly in this election. Genuinely, I think that you can do research, and I think you do need to do research.
Why? Because you look at Trump's Twitter.
Listen, I'll tell you. Listen to my live right now, and you should be able to change your mind. You genuinely should. Okay? Donald Trump.
It takes a long time.
Listen. You're saying it takes more than this? It shouldn't. For the most Americans, maybe not for you. Maybe it takes a little bit longer for you. But for most people, if I told them this, they would think it's so crazy they wouldn't want to support him. They just didn't hear about this because a lot of people are just not overtly political. They don't hear this information, things like that, right? Maybe this information isn't accessible, right? I see the point you're making there. But for you, you're here right now, okay? Donald Trump held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. 26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct. Do you think all of them are lying and he's telling the truth? He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, right? And he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, right?
What does this have to do with his presidency?
What does this have to do? These are disqualifying points. If you don't think that fucking raping a woman is enough to say that you wouldn't support them, that's reflective of your own values yourself and not reflective of the average person.
All right,
I think that makes you really dumb to sit up here and to say that you still support someone who meets that criteria. We haven't even gone to any of the policies yet. You said you don't even know policies. That's what you vote on. You vote on all of that all the time. Don't act like you know policies.
I literally just said I didn't vote for president. So you're saying I support Trump? Well,
Dude,
I don't know
you said that you would, if you could go back in time, you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris. The information you have right now. That's the first question I asked you when you're on
because you don't let someone because you skip if someone says Kamala.
So you lied.
Yes.
Okay, so this is just a waste of my time. Why would you do that?
No, how is it a waste?
It's a waste of my time because you don't meet the criteria on the screen, and you didn't even come up here in a legitimate manner. You're lying about the things that you believe in. How am I supposed to change your mind if you're lying about the things that you believe in? Alrighty, I'm gonna say thank you to a few more people. Give me 1 second. Sydney, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Lily, thank you so much for the $5. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Lily. Anthony, thank you for the $1. Evan, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Mia, thank you for the $5.55. Thank you. Jillian, thank you for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Quincy, thank you so much for the 10. And Evan, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. I have some people to thank on YouTube as well, but let me catch up to people on. Oh my gosh, it just literally put me into the. I didn't mean to do that. Alongside Tracy, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, David, with the $10. Thank you. And then Miriam with the $150 on PayPal. Can we have some W's for Miriam in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They just said they saw my Jubilee. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I wish I could react to it on the stream. I'm kind of sad that I don't have the ability to do that without it literally being fucking copyright. So, but yeah, thank you so much, Miriam. I really appreciate some W's from Miriam in the comment section right now. Thank you. Some people to thank on YouTube as well. Cheese It, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously. Cody, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Probably. B Rivera, thank you so much for the $5. FamCam, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, they said 1 million seconds is about 11 years. 1 billion seconds is about 32 years. Crazy. It's genuinely impossible to... Yeah, it's actually crazy. Royland, thank you so much for the $2. Link, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. No, I know, right? It's like literally not taking away from them at all. Jacob, thank you so much for the $5. Birds, thank you for the $5. Andy, thank you for the $4 or $3. Dumble, thank you so much for the 2. JB, thank you so much for the 10. Link with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Link. Can we get some W's for Link in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Again, I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Laugh and Leslie, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, it's so ridiculous. Thank you so much. Really appreciate Laugh and Leslie. KO, thank you so much for the $7. Bro, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Andy with $8. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, right? It's actually so fucked up. Heather, thank you for the $5. Shelly, thank you for the 5. Noel, thank you for the 10. Justin, thank you for the $2. Ray, thank you for the 5. And Lumi, thank you so much for the 5. As well as Chaos, thank you for the 5 as well. I think I'm fully caught up, everyone. Let's go into the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Do give it a second, everyone. Let's get the next person up here. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And what's your birth year?
07.
Okay, and if you go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump? Yeah, I feel like they're young too. Let's go on the next individual. Do give us a second, everyone. Do give us a second. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on the next individual. Again, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Do give us a second to get people up here. Give me a minute. Alrighty, do give us a second. By the way, everyone, my Cash App is still down. I still have no response to that at all. It's very sad, very sad. And I'm getting no response on it back, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, but let me clarify. I'm not like super right-wing Maga. I don't know if that disqualifies me from this or not.
Okay. And so wait, if you could go back in time, you would vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I think he's more of like an authoritative figure compared to Kamala Harris, in terms of like, I guess, international conflict.
Wait, sorry, repeat that one more time, sorry.
Like I think if we're looking at the scope of like the president, right, and how they would handle international affairs, I think Trump does a better job of that.
Okay, how is he handling international affairs that you think is good?
So for instance, right, if let's just take the conflict in Gaza, for instance. I do not think that he's personally like a peacemaker there. I don't think he's solving the war itself. But I think he's not afraid to speak on issues like that, and he's not afraid to, I guess, try to get something done, even if it's like ineffective.
Okay, and so he did things that are ineffective, and you think that's a benefit? I mean, I don't think causing chaos around the world through imposing trade wars and tariffs is going to be beneficial, decreasing our relationships with our allies. Hell, he's even trying to quote unquote keep, Europe over 50% white. I mean, that's what he was trying to fight for. I mean, that's the type of policy that he's bringing up. I don't think that's beneficial towards our relationships with countries around the world. I think it's causing more division, causing more conflict. He's bombing people off the coast of Venezuela with absolutely no evidence they had DRUGS in the first place, violating international law, and he even seized a oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela as well.
Yeah, Parker, let me clarify something real quick. My account says ran by parents is like a joke, so just your comment section knows.
Okay.
Oh, I know, and a lot of people are commenting that. The thing with Venezuela, I don't think the president or leader of Venezuela is a good individual. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that. Things like I don't know what I can and can't say, but DURGS, things like C and F are definitely being smuggled into our country. And if we can detect that those ships are carrying that, if we see packages floating off in the water being thrown off, it's definitely a DRUGS boat.
Okay. One that wasn't provided in any of these circumstances in terms of evidence. If you're referencing C and F, F is not brought from Venezuela to our country very highly. If you want to address that, that'd be other countries that you would address it from, not from Venezuela. Secondly, most of this is going to Africa and Europe, not going to the United States. And there are even circumstances where the Trump administration is fired at boats that weren't even traveling to the United States. They were traveling south to a completely different country, weren't even traveling to the United States, and yet Donald Trump still, his administration decided to bomb them. And if you want to reference sea drug, Trump pardoned a convicted sea drug trafficker. So explain to me why you want to murder them off the coast of Venezuela, but if they're an ex-Honduras president, they should get a pardon.
I'm sorry, repeat that. Repeat the last thing you asked, sorry.
Yeah, like if they're an ex-Honduras president, they should be pardoned for sea drug trafficking and being a quote-unquote narco-terrorist. But if they are off the coast of Venezuela on a boat, even if there's no evidence given to Congress that they even had DRUGS in the first place, you think it's justified to murder them?
I mean, I know this sounds kind of terrible, and people will probably misinterpret what I'm saying, but you kind of have to be, I guess, better safe than sorry, because I think the drug epidemic in our country is insane. And I know a lot of it's American citizens that are smuggling stuff in from Canada, Canada, Mexico, countries connected to our borders. But one thing of F, right? Like a certain amount of grams of that takes out thousands of people. And at a certain point,
you can literally just prevent that at once they get to U.S. waters. You can just detain them once they get to U.S. waters. You don't have to murder them to do that.
I realize that, but at the same time, it's not that easy to just contain the one person. Especially coming through Canada, we have more of an open border up there compared to down south, right?
Open border? No, Democrats didn't advocate for an open border. Where'd you get this?
Well, I didn't say Democrats advocate for an open border. I'm talking about the ease of people being able to smuggle drugs into the country.
Yeah, and most of that is U.S. citizens. Over 80% are U.S. citizens.
Right, and I think we should do a better job of cracking down on those individuals.
Well, if you want to crack down on that to a greater extent, you're not doing that by supporting Donald Trump, right? There's no mechanism that he's done to do that.
Well, it wouldn't Kamala wouldn't be helpful with that either. She's contradicted herself.
So she actually would. Again, the old American way in terms of detaining them once they get to U.S. waters would. Plus, the Biden-Harris administration was doing things with Mexico and Canada specifically to address this. At the end of his administration, we were seeing declines. So actively, yes, the Democrats did do things to address it, and I don't actually see the Republicans to be doing it to a greater extent. I just think they're murdering people without justification to try and justify a war with Venezuela.
I'm not saying that we should go to war with Venezuela either.
Well, Trump is doing that right now. He's literally causing that conflict right now.
So why do you personally think he's trying to cause conflict there?
What do I think he's purposely trying to cause conflict? Because I think he wants the oil.
Interesting.
Hey.
What's up?
I have a slightly different take on this, and I think it's because he wants to run for a third term. And utilizing war power such as this would effectively give him leverage, some kind of leverage to cancel elections. This has been an authoritarian trend of his, and an idea that he's flirted several times now. I wouldn't put it past him to want to do this.
I think that's reasonable too.
Hello, am I still connected? Sorry.
Yep, we hear you.
Yeah, my TikTok's frozen.
All right. How's it been?
It's been good. Just been really busy. I had a Jubilee video drop today. It's like a whole new series. It was one-on-one. But I can't react to it on stream. You have to wait like 2 days or something.
Which Nazi did you talk to this time?
I talked to CJ Pearson. He has like a stream on or not stream, like a Twitter, like a big Twitter presence.
I'd never heard of him, but okay.
Yeah, I hadn't either prior to this. Jubilee told me they had like a bunch of different people. Like I brought up like all big names and stuff, and I don't think they had the ability to get people yet because it's a new series.
How'd it go? How do you think you did?
Oh, I think I did really good. I'm gonna be posting clips today and stuff. So. But yeah.
So you think
You there?
you think yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you think billionaires should be taxed like 50% or more?
We just said this in the last. I'm okay with billionaires being taxed up to 60%.
I guess kind of like what the last guy was speaking to. I don't understand why you'd want to tax
Oh my
somebody's
God,
income.
you took 6 out of the $10 billion I made this year. Oh my God, I only have $4 billion left. No!
Yeah, but it's their
What am
wealth.
I to do?
$4 billion.
It's their
What am I
wealth,
gonna
though.
do with $4 billion? Oh my God.
It's their
You
wealth
know,
though. I wouldn't want my even if I was a billionaire, I wouldn't want my money being taxed like that.
Okay,
I
well,
find it so
it's
amusing
ridiculous.
that constantly there's this refrain that Trump is going to go in there and tackle the deep state and get all these corrupt cronies out here, while at the same time simultaneously lowering their tax rate. I don't really understand that. Like, are we for limiting the power that these oligarchs have over this country, or aren't we? Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Say that again.
Are we for limiting the power that these oligarchs have over our political system, or aren't we?
I'm sorry. I don't understand the question. I don't.
What
I'm
was
sorry.
difficult about that? I was told we've been fed this narrative that Donald Trump is going to clean out the swamp, is going to tackle these corrupt, dark, deep state cronies,
That's
and that
a
this is going to make life better for us. But
well.
how is that
Obviously,
effective by
not.
lowering their tax rate?
I didn't connect those 2 points.
What are you missing?
What
Limiting power
I was
and
talking
capital
about. I
from
was asking Parker.
oligarchic classes in our country is better for society. It's what Trump ran on and is doing the opposite by lowering their tax rate and deregulating their industry.
Remind me of what an oligarch is.
Oh, Christ.
I mean, hey, you guys
Oligarchy
do this for a
is a
living, and
si-
you use terms that I don't use on
I
my
just
everyday
figured
life.
you knew it, but okay, an oligarchy is a system where a small group of people have control over our country, institutions, and capital.
Right.
Right. And so by taxing them at a greater rate, by regulating their industries, by putting on greater oversight, does that not do a better service to our country by limiting the power that a few number of people have?
Well, yeah, that's deregulation, but I was just asking Parker about his why he
Right,
thinks
about
that
their tax plan. Yes, because that's a trickle-down effect. That's more money going back into the working class through supporting things like healthcare, infrastructure, education, et cetera,
tax cuts bring. I mean, so
19.
let me preface this by saying I think Trump's first term was better than this current term, at least so far.
I don't.
Before the time.
I would actually prefer Trump term number 1 because at least there was the reining in of his administration by the people in there. There's a reason why 40 out of 44 members of his previous cabinet didn't endorse him because they've seen him up close.
Well, I mean, and Trump favors tax cuts, and a lot of his policies in his first term stimulated small business growth. So,
how?
What do you mean? How tax cuts are going to put more money into businesses and people's incomes?
Okay, it didn't trickle down though. 83% of those benefits went to the top 1%. In fact, we saw some record closures towards the end of his term in small businesses.
You said that we saw record closing in small businesses towards the end of his term?
Yes, towards the end of his term.
Well, that's still in
Not
his term,
offset
though.
by that tax
That's
cut.
a positive thing, I know.
Yeah. So
Hello?
I have a question real quick. Would you rather taxes disproportionately more be taxing rich and wealthy Americans or lower and middle income Americans?
So, if I was to give an honest answer on how I think taxes should work, I think we should pay a equal percentage of tax.
And a flat tax?
Okay, so
it's like
that's
let's
not
just say, for
that's not
instance,
necessarily
everybody
equal.
pays 10% of their income.
So here's
I know
here's
it's not obviously it's not.
that definitely would not be enough to be able to fund government services. 1, 2 is
I
related to
was
this.
just throwing 10% out as an example, and I know that's not.
It's regressive.
That's too low.
Yeah, it's also going to have a negative impact on lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods, right, and things that they need in their life. Therefore, they're not going to have as much left over in terms of disposable income. Now, one thing I think that you need to take into account as well in terms of this right, is that right now our current tax structure is progressive. So what you're doing is you're essentially advocating that we should take money from rich and wealthy Americans. Or not take money from lower and middle income Americans and give it to rich and wealthy Americans, because the current tax structure is set up to get most of the revenue from rich and wealthy Americans rather than getting it from low and middle income Americans.
Sorry, the comments are saying that the tax format would hurt me personally. I don't kind of disagree with that.
If it would, it's not a progressive tax rate.
I don't know. I disagree with the. Obviously, I'm not a billionaire, but even if I was like I guess high up there millionaire, I just wouldn't want. If I had worked for myself and I had made that money, I just wouldn't want to pay a higher tax rate than what I would.
Well, no billionaire makes their money alone. I think that's sort of a simplistic thought to think that somehow this is all off of you.
I agree. And,
right.
and
you have people working under you.
Forget that. People act like, let's just say Elon Musk is worth $400 billion. They act like that is just sitting in his hands, but it's not.
Right. And beneath that, your employees, the people who even buy from you, rely on the kind of revenue that would be paid for through this, by education, for them to go to the schools that would allow them to get the degrees to work in your plant or company or whatever it is, by the roads that they take to get to work, by the healthcare that they would rely on, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. So I guess one of my bigger reasons for supporting Trump is, I guess because I don't consider myself like far right at all. I know Parker said earlier that if you support Trump, then you sort of have to be classified in that direction, right?
Like, it's hard to classify you as a moderate because he's just so extreme.
Right, but I'm not, like, I actually am sort of embarrassed for other people that are in such strong support of Maga. Sorry, I know people are going to flame me in the comments for my pronunciation of it.
You're fine.
But like, when I see people in Arkansas, like for instance, struggling in their daily life, and then the only thing that they care about is supporting Trump and make America great again, it's really corny. I mean, it's kind of sad.
It is very sad. I mean, they're voting against their interest. And this is what comes from a cycle of supporting people who devalue one's labor, who devalue our educational system, who devalue our climate, and the rest of the living conditions that they live under. Is it becomes cyclical, that they think that what's coming to them is actually good when it's not.
I don't necessarily okay, you mentioned the climate, right? I don't necessarily agree with like drill baby drill. That's kind of like I guess an attention grabber. Trump. I think a lot of people don't realize that a lot of the stuff Trump says is not stuff that he plans on actually doing. It's more of to, I guess, grab attention to focus on stuff that he does do.
I actually think a lot of people know he's bullshitting, but it fills them with a certain level of excitement and even nostalgia that they lean towards it.
Right, and people kind of view him as charming in a way, which is, I don't know. That's
sure, he's charismatic. I don't think he's particularly bright, but yeah, he's an attention grabber. He's an entertainer.
And I think I will say I think a lot of people that are in support of him now, like in I guess really deep support of him, they still see the Trump that ran New York and Palm Beach. They still look at that same individual because Trump was kind of viewed as like a hero in New York. So
yeah, the Trump that ran New York was the same Trump that was like perving on naked women and girls, dude.
Yeah,
like
fraud children's cancer charities.
Back when he was like running New York, he was running Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, looking
the
at
same Trump that defrauded charities and evicted black people.
Yeah, exactly. He can't even open up a charity in New York anymore. He doesn't have the legal ability because he defrauded his own foundation.
I think
failed to pay contractors.
I think a lot of people are viewing his real estate development more than those things, or at least they were in the 90s. Obviously now the attention is shifted because most of his real estate has fallen off. I don't even know how many of his casinos are open at this point.
I couldn't tell you.
So
but
why do you still support him?
Well, because if I was in support of Harris, they'd be advertising for things like pushing away from oil and gas, and I disagree with that.
I thought you just said you agreed with that.
No. I'm not drill baby drill. Like, I'm not saying we should go freaking like open up the Arctic Circle and start drilling everywhere up there. It's not that. I just think that as a country right now, we're more efficient running on gas.
Not long term.
Yeah, we're talking about
It's not
transitioning.
renewable.
Yeah, we're talking about transitioning off of it. That's the point that we're kind of bringing up. So, what's the issue with that?
Like, what's the issue with transitioning to green energy?
Yeah, transitioning. We're not saying 100% right now, but inevitably
Oh,
speaking,
I'm
there's
just
going to be
saying,
some sort of transition.
I've talked just in my daily life. I talk to a lot of people that are more left leaning, and I live in the South, right? I mean, it's probably obvious from my accent. I'll just be more specific, actually, which is this is about to get me flamed. I live in Alabama, right? We are not in a position at all to, I guess, have our infrastructure be based solely off green energy. There's for Tesla and stuff like that. We have a supercharger
We're not telling
here.
you
Like,
we're doing it solely right now. We're saying we want to transition.
I
towards
know.
that.
I'm just saying for my current life, it makes more sense for my stuff to be based off of gas and coal. But I do think that Republicans, when they're considering coal power and that type of infrastructure, they should be focused more on the environmental impact it has.
Okay, and Trump doesn't even believe climate change is real. He believes that climate is going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet.
I think the hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I cut out for a second. I think I don't necessarily think that the stuff that's mentioned about the climate is 100% as dramatic as it's pushed out to be.
Yeah, it's worse.
Yeah,
I mean, we're already seeing some cataclysmic disasters. I think this was the first time I've ever seen, at least in my lifetime, Category 5 hurricanes coming into Florida. This is unprecedented levels of destruction happening right now, and it's preventable. All of these things are preventable, but the fact that this administration has taken an about-face and a complete 180 on our priorities and denied the existence and reality of it sets us back decades on where we should be right now.
Jaden, you're forgetting we need to make those hurricanes radioactive by nuking them.
I figured we could just redirect them with a Sharpie, but yeah, you're right.
Parker, have you I don't know how familiar you are with the Alabama senators, but like, do you have any opinions on Tommy Tuberville and his I guess Trump glazing policy?
I don't even know.
I don't know if what's the other guy's name? Jaden in here?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know a single Republican in Alabama that likes Tommy Tuberville.
I mean, I don't know. He's ahead in the polls, so
Yeah,
then again, it is Alabama.
I would
Doug
actually
Jones
be
is running.
if we selected him as a governor.
All right, so is there anything else you want to talk about or add, man?
Maybe immigration.
Okay, what about it?
So I like Trump's I guess advocacy for stricter border security, but at the same time, I guess there's issues with that as well, because if you look at ICE, right, like them trying to meet their quotas, it's not helping anything. That gets people deported that don't need to be deported. But I think Democrats look. I got to be careful with saying Democrats, because there can be people that are left and not Democratic, or it's a generalization to say all Democrats. But they support immigration reform and different pathways to citizenship, stuff like that. But I think they're more of looking at people as refugees rather than immigrants. There's a difference.
I don't know what the whole point
yeah,
is.
but
What's the difference in
legally, there is a
policy that you?
difference.
What is the policy difference that you disagree with in terms of the Democratic Party?
I don't think I guess giving people universal. I don't know how to explain it. Sorry.
Healthcare?
Yeah, I was about to say
Amnesty?
universal healthcare, but yeah, giving amnesty to like all immigrants, for instance.
No,
Okay.
it's not all immigrants.
Yeah, I advocate, which mine is to the left of the Democratic Party, for everyone who's in the country undocumented who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime to be given a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country.
Yeah, but do you think we have the infrastructure to, I guess, support those extra people?
Yeah, I think we have the infrastructure to
Or
be able to support
resources,
people.
I guess the
And I think
resources
that
to.
immigration benefits our economy and benefits our ability to be able to take care of people.
So you think we have? Do you think we're focusing those resources? I guess that you listed. Are we focusing those more towards immigrants rather than our own country?
What?
No.
Immigrants are a part of our country, and also like saying that we're
I mean,
focusing.
like, okay, are we
If you're
focusing
saying
on people?
citizens versus non-citizens, no.
Yes,
We emphasize
yes,
a
yes.
lot more federal aid to citizens than we do migrants.
This is opinionated, obviously, but I feel like I view more people as caring more about non-U.S. citizens than U.S. citizens when they speak of like
There's
certain
no
thoughts, like
Democrats.
healthcare.
That's such a ridiculous assertion, because most of the funding in our policy goes towards U.S. citizens. Secondly, the Republicans voted against an amendment to send the $40 billion that to Argentina, and take that to instead send that from Argentina to send that towards American citizens and reducing their healthcare premiums.
And what was so? Why was that initially done? I'm not familiar with that. Sorry,
What?
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, the Republicans voted against an amendment that would have taken the $40 billion that's going to Argentina and instead used that to help American citizens.
Why is there 40 billion going to Argentina in the first place?
Because they want to do a currency exchange for 20 billion and then like also help their economy. Because
So
of the
they're
destructive libertarian-esque policy that the prior administration is engaged in.
Interesting. I think Trump does a good job with foreign trade though. Like I think he's trying to obviously focus production in the United States.
Okay, so
Yeah, I think
real domestic manufacturing investments declined since Trump got in office.
Why is that? Due to tariffs?
Because of the fact that tariffs have increased the cost of materials coming to this country that are used in the domestic manufacturing process.
Well, I mean that's part of the adjustment though, right? It's switching from international production to, or I guess foreign production to domestic production. Those markets are going to have to adjust to that.
The mergers are going to have to adjust to what?
No, I said the domestic market is going to have to adjust to the switch from foreign production to domestic production.
Then why haven't we seen an increase in the level of investment? Wouldn't the adjustment include the increase in the level of investment? And if we haven't seen an increase in the level of investment, what makes you think
saying
that?
why haven't we seen an increase in the investment in domestic production?
Yeah, why haven't we seen an
I would
increase in
say
domestic manufacturing investment then? Because we saw a massive boom under the Biden-Harris administration.
I would say we have. Look at the S&P 500 right now.
The S&P 500 is not
That's not
representative
indicative
of it.
of. Yeah.
Well, I mean, top U.S. companies are performing better than they ever have.
Yeah, profit isn't an indication of their domestic production.
Yeah, if you look up real domestic manufacturing investment, you can see it's declined since Trump got in office. Also, when you impose tariffs, it increases the cost of trade between countries, therefore decreasing the level of trade between countries.
Well, I mean, yeah, like obviously, if you have to pay more to import your products, you're not going to want to import those products. But I mean, that's just stuff that has to happen if we want more domestic production. And the comments are saying that not everything's produced in the U.S., which is true, but there's certain things that should be produced in the U.S., in my opinion, that aren't.
But that could be for specialized industries. This isn't in the context of specialized industries, and that's the issue. This is across the entire economy, which is going to, again, cause an increase in the cost of domestic manufacturing, therefore disincentivizing it. So I don't get what your point is here.
Here, Parker, I'm going to go ahead and drop.
All right, for sure.
I know I didn't say too much when I was up here, but I'm going to go ahead and drop. Take care.
Appreciate you, man.
See you, D.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else, man?
No, you're asking what my point is. That that was my point. Is like I'm saying I think we should just have more domestic production. I think Trump's policies eventually orient
They
towards that.
don't. They don't increase domestic production. Biden's policies did. Trump's have not.
I'm telling you, like it has to take time. You have to let the market adjust to that stuff.
So how much time do we need? We gave him one full term now. He's in his 5th year. And it wasn't the case the first time that we revitalized domestic production. So how much more time do we need to allow this guy?
I don't know. I don't have. I can't. I don't determine domestic production, so I can't really give a.
Right, but you're putting faith and confidence in somebody who can determine that. And so far, we're not really seeing the return on
Well,
investment.
I put faith and confidence in a stock portfolio that when Trump got in office, that it would perform better than it had ever
Okay, so
performed.
actually, since Trump's got in office, we've seen a decline in the level of growth in the stock market compared to the end of the
That's-
Biden-Harris administration.
Okay,
And again,
okay,
that's
like
because
the
of the
last
fact that
guy
he's
said-
imposed tariffs, in which negatively impact the prices of stocks as well. So I don't see that to be beneficial.
You don't see the market being high as beneficial.
I don't see
Maybe I misunderstood what
the
you said,
rate.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't see the policy that Trump's engaged in to have benefited that to a greater extent. I think that it would have been benefited to a greater extent under the Biden-Harris administration or under the next Harris administration, comparative to what now exists under Trump.
I think what's concerning to me is we don't even have a clear picture of the state of the economy right now. Given the
No, I think-
shutdown, the U.S. Department had canceled the PPI inflation report. We've been lagging on jobs reports over the last few months. I think it's kind of in a limbo state right now. But all indicators prior to that have shown significant declines.
I do think there will probably be a recession in 26 or 27. Just based
Why
on.
would you support Trump then?
Well, but people have been saying that since the last recession.
What? So then
You
why
can
are
kind
you
of predict
saying
where the
it?
market will go eventually.
So then why are you saying it if you disagree with it?
I don't. What do you mean that I disagree with? I'm sorry.
You just said that you disagree with them because you think that they've been saying that for so long, yet it still hasn't happened. But then you just said that you agree with what they're saying.
No, I think you misunderstood what I said. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Or maybe I misunderstood what you were asking. Like what I'm saying is that for years that they've been saying that they're like market analysis and economists have been saying that there'll probably be a recession within 26 and 27, but that's normal aspects of the market, is it not?
No, we wouldn't be on trend for a recession if the Democrats were in office.
I'd say this is normal activity for a Republican presidency. 9 out of 10 of the last recessions we've had have been under Republican watches, Republican presidents. So yeah, we're on track, probably more so than ever, of another recession under this administration than we have under the last one.
Parker, why do you think that we wouldn't be heading toward a recession if Democrats were in office compared to Republicans?
Because we wouldn't have imposed the tariffs.
Do you think the market would be as high as it is right now if Democrats
I think the market would be better off right now if Democrats were in office, yes.
I think people fail to take into account the $9 trillion lost off the stock market crash that happened earlier this spring and how much better the economy would be doing if we didn't incur that.
I think tax cuts and deregulation. Oh my gosh, I can't. You know the word I'm trying to say.
Deregulation.
Yeah, sorry. Have resulted in a higher S&P 500, and me personally, that's important to me. I'm an investor, so.
Yeah, you just keep repeating the same thing. Is that the only thing that matters to you?
Well, I mean, you're asking why I support Trump, and he supports tax cuts.
And I ask you, is that the only thing that you care about?
Not entirely, no.
No? Okay, so is there something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Probably. I don't know. That's a hard question because I don't like. So I think some people in here like Trump more for his character than actually looking at him as a leader. And okay,
Yeah, we
Honestly,
have
I'm
an evil fucking group of people in this country.
Well, yeah, like there's people that are saying like like they don't feel sorry for Eugene Carroll, that type of thing. That's insane to say.
Yeah. So then why do you support Donald Trump?
That's what I'm saying. Like I don't. There's levels to supporting Trump. You have your very far right, which
But
I
you would
think.
still vote for him, right?
Levels? Put all of this into a vacuum, man. This amalgamation of this person, a grapist, a rapist, a tax fraud, a cheat, is cheat on every spouse, and the last spouse with a porn star. Like, his character is so deeply, fundamentally anti-Christian that it baffles me anybody would see the light in that.
That's what I'm telling you. Like I don't think he has good character overall.
What's redeemable to you?
Like what could he do that would make me like his character more?
I mean, you support him, right?
Well, yeah, but you don't have to like somebody's character to support them.
But what are the redeemable qualities or policies or anything that he's got going for him that outweigh the disgusting and abhorrent things he's done in his personal life?
Mm-hmm.
I guess because I'm more, I guess, what you would consider conservative policy oriented than like liberal policy oriented.
But like on what, dude? That's so vague.
I wouldn't even say Trump's a real conservative. Tariffs are not a conservative policy.
Like I don't really agree with universal healthcare. Right?
Okay, why not?
I just think it's not beneficial to certain people, and then
You think it's not beneficial to certain people? What do you mean? I think it'd be very beneficial to the people that have vast medical debt. I think it'd be very beneficial to the people that can't afford their medical bills. I think it'd be very beneficial towards the people that would are dying to a greater extent because of lack of access to health insurance, right? In terms of preventative access to health care. You understand that people have to make decisions between whether or not they pay their rent, whether or not they pay their for basic things in their life like food, or pay for their medical bills, and that should never happen in this country.
if we had universal healthcare, right? I think
Yes.
I think the money going to that program would be mismanaged no matter who's in charge of the government.
Why would it
You're
be
saying you
mismanaged?
think it would be mismanaged regardless, but it's actually mismanaged to a greater extent under the Republicans comparative to the Democrats. Why? Because Trump signed off on $4 trillion more debt-related spending and sent most of that money to, again, rich, wealthy individuals that do not need it. Who are Democrats trying to help out? They're trying to help out people in terms of their access to healthcare. They're trying to help out people in terms of their access to education. They're trying to help out people in terms of social mobility, in terms of access to housing. You understand that all of these Democratic policies are things that will impact your affordability in a positive manner, but apparently Republicans don't support this policy. They actually advocate against this, which benefits the
least
rich and wealthy at
affordable-
the expense of working class Americans.
The least affordable states are blue.
Again, if you want to
And the
talk
most
about that,
impoverished states are red.
yeah,
I
the
would
blue
not say
states,
Alabama's
the blue states are
overall.
funding.
Oh,
Listen,
it
Look
is.
at Huntsville.
Listen, the blue
Huntsville's one of the biggest. Huntsville's probably the
Let's
biggest
check.
tech
What's the
sector.
poverty level there?
Huntsville is one of the biggest tech sectors in the entire world.
large blue states are the ones
Right, but that's
funding
not
red states
emblematic
from a
of the
federal
entire
government
state.
perspective.
Well, like obviously living in a poorer area compared to a, I guess, higher income area is going to change how you view policy.
Again, the point I'm trying to point to is that Democrats are the ones funding, right, these Republican states, because again, the Republican states have significantly lower GDP per capita. Okay, so although you could say that it's more expensive to live in Democratic states, that's because people have more money and there's more demand to live in these areas.
Just speaking from experience, the income that I can dispose of in Alabama is way higher than if I was to go to California. For
No,
instance,
but
I
the
was in-
amount that you'll make is so
But
much
your
lower.
quality of life is worse.
Yeah.
Look up the
and,
average
and,
income.
and there's so much
Look up
less
the average
access to
income.
things that you would want to do.
Look up
comparative
the average
to in other
income in Mountain
states.
Brook. Look at the average income in Mountain Brook, Alabama.
Wait, and by the way, you're going to go to the wait. If you're going to go to these big cities in Alabama are going to be democratically run cities.
Go to Huntsville and talk to people and see if they're outside of the University of Huntsville, Alabama.
Gotcha. If they're better off, why are they more federally dependent?
And I would love to
Who,
talk to them. Let me know
Alabamians?
where to go.
Yes. Why are the red states more federally dependent in what they take in from the government
people in
versus giving
Huntsville,
out?
I'm talking about in areas that
Yeah, like Alabama.
I
Wouldn't they
don't.
be less federally dependent if you were better off living there? If you had more capital, more economic stability? Wouldn't you receive less dollars from the federal government and put out more?
I'm sorry. Repeat that sentence. I'm sorry.
Wouldn't you be paying out more to the government than you receive? If you were better off economically in these red states, bumfuck nowheresville?
I guess so, but you're speaking for areas that are dependent on the government. I'm speaking for areas that
Right,
are
which
like
are red states.
why if you live in Mountain Brook, Alabama, why would you care about policies that like I know this sounds terrible to say, but if you have that income, so you're not to worry about things relating to lower income individuals, that's
They
not going to be a
don't have
priority.
the income. They're the lower income people. That's the point. They're the ones who my tax dollars are going towards.
And also, why would you want people to be worse off? Why wouldn't you want to take care of your fucking fellow Americans?
I don't think people should be worse off. It's just that I'm speaking from personal experience, right? And in conversations I've had with people. Like if you're dependent on food stamps, for instance, right?
Okay.
Why are you using that to buy absolutely horrendous food for you when you could go to Aldi and get you know I don't know if there's Aldi's. I don't know where you guys are from.
That's to be up to them, and I think that they're going to do that if they're not getting much, especially through food stamps. You don't get much through food stamps. The idea that food stamps are this huge fraud waste is ridiculous, dude. It's a very small portion of money that people get. Very small portion of the budget. Look at the millionaires and billionaires who are getting tax breaks. Look at the military budget that we can't even audit and determine how much we're actually getting. Look at all of the fucking money going through corporate subsidies to, again, massive and large corporations. Don't specifically look at, again, working class Americans getting some little benefit, dude.
Also, food deserts exist. There's not exactly an Aldi's in walking distance towards everybody on food stamps.
I agree with that, but I mean, just me personally, I don't live in a food desert, so it's kind of hard to speak on that.
I know you don't. So you can't speak for everybody's individual conditions.
So yeah, is there anything else you have to talk about, man?
No, I guess.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. We're probably gonna have one more debate for today, everyone, and then we'll get off for today.
Okay.
Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria, list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, do give it a second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, yes. It's me from earlier.
Did
You
I
should
already debate
debate Nick Fuentes. No. Debate Nick Fuentes.
Why?
Because.
Are you a groiper?
Yeah.
You are? You are? So, why do you like Nick, who's literally not only a white supremacist, but a self-described racist, who literally believes that women should have less rights?
They shouldn't vote.
What? Do you want to swipe back into the app? They left. Okay.
What
Alrighty.
happened?
They
Oh.
just ran away, I guess. Xander, thank you so much for the
Okay.
$20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Alumis, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Doug, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Yes.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Stephen Hawking, is that you?
It sounded like AI. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, of course.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, because I'm an immigrant myself in America.
Okay.
And
why does
I
that mean you
came
support Trump?
legally. Because I came legally, and Democrats support illegal immigrants.
Well, I think that undocumented immigrants should be given a quicker pathway to citizenship. I believe in a quicker pathway to citizenship for people who are going through the legal process and for people who have come to the country undocumented, because our current legal process takes too long.
But
You guys support violating people's constitutionally protected rights.
No. Tell me,
why
do you support
Wait, hold up.
illegal?
Let me please finish.
Wait, no.
Can I please
Silence. Why do you
finish?
support illegal?
Let me please
Silence.
finish.
Yeah, man, shut up.
Did you just say silence?
Dude, stop talking.
Can I please finish?
Bro. Free
Yeah,
speech,
but,
that's why I'm American.
I understand,
not
but
for
you're
you,
cutting
no
me
shush.
off. Can I finish my point?
Well,
Without
do
you
it.
cutting me off? Is that possible?
My question is, why do you support illegal immigrants?
Okay, undocumented
Don't
immigrants.
don't just rant. Why do you support illegal
Yeah,
immigrants?
I'm directly answering the question if you let me speak. Undocumented immigrants.
No, document. Why do you support
Oh
illegal?
my God. Stop.
Just illegal, not
Stop.
everything else.
Show
Illegal.
some restraint.
My only question is, why do you support illegal? That's one question. Don't rant. Just illegal. Illegal, okay? Illegal.
Okay, it's called compelled speech. We're not going to say what
I'm
you
not
want us to
talking to
say.
you. Who the
We're
fuck
going to
is
say
that?
undocumented migrant over here because we want to.
Can I please speak, Jamie, without you cutting me off? If I unmute you, I will do that.
But illegal, nothing else. Just illegal.
Stop talking. Thank you.
Illegal.
Thank you. Please. So again, I do support people who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Oh my God! Of course, Democrats. You're gonna rant
Christ.
again.
I'm not ranting.
That's why
I got
Trump.
like I didn't even get a sentence
He
out.
is
Shut the
forward.
fuck up,
He
dude.
says-
Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to explain it to you right now. I didn't even get a sentence into what I fucking said. What do you mean I'm ranting? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not even a sentence in. Okay, undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. I'm clarifying, I don't think this is about every single person in the country undocumented, because those that committed violent crimes and bad crimes, I do believe should be deported. I'm just trying to clarify that to you. Is that clear?
Why do you support illegal?
How many goddamn times are you going to repeat yourself? You have a pull string? Like, is that all you have?
Yes, I do. I support them.
Because they have legal rights in America. That's why.
Yes, I support them. What's wrong with that?
Because the Constitution grants them.
Because I waited 8 years.
Because over 70% of people who have been detained by ICE have no prior criminal record. Why do I support them? Because only 5% of people detained by ICE have a violent criminal record. Because I think that they are going to be great Americans.
What does it matter if they're criminal or not? They're illegal.
Dude, again, I don't think that just because someone has violated the law, that means that we should always punish them. For example, you think it's totally okay.
No.
Listen, you think it's
Fucker,
totally...
you voted for that.
What the hell are you talking about? It's illegal.
Oh my gosh, I just want to be...
Why? You support illegal immigrants because... Yes?
Let me speak, please.
No, don't just say undocumented. Illegal.
No, I'm not changing my
I
terminology
came
for you.
here legally. I waited 8 years. And you support those people? Why?
Dude, I support a quick pathway to citizenship for you and for undocumented immigrants that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Now, let me please finish.
I waited 8 years.
Oh my God. I don't think you should have had to wait 8 years. It should not have been 8 years. The fact that it took that long is the reason why people come to this country undocumented. So why are you totally okay with the Trump administration violating the law and deporting people without due process rights? But apparently, undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal process. Stop talking. Dude, please. I just want to make this point. If undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal process, then why does Donald Trump not have to when deporting them?
So they can break the law, right?
What?
They can break the law. They can come illegal to the...
Did you even process the question before you started moving your lips?
Why are you mocking me?
That's not mocking you. I'm asking you a question. Did you hear what Parker just asked you? You keep
but
relegating back to that same point you keep asking.
Anyway? Who are you anyway?
I'm Jaden LeBron. I work on Beavis and Butthead. But anyways, did you hear the question?
You Beavis or are you the
Oh my
butthead?
God! Did you hear the fucking question? Did your fucking brain synapses decide to social distance today? Can you answer one fucking question, please?
Could you ask me without cursing?
Ugh, no, stop. Want to know why I support
Oh,
undocumented
is
migrants?
that
Because
the
they can stay on
Democrat way?
fucking topic.
Is that
You
the
can't.
Democrat way?
Here,
Oh my
here,
God.
here. I got him. I think this is the best way to do this. Okay. Hey, dude. Did you hear my argument that I made? What was the last
No,
point that I just
because
made?
this Jaden fellow is speaking through you.
He wasn't. Did you hear the last point that I made?
Okay, say it again.
Okay, I got you. So if you're saying that undocumented immigrants need to go through the legal process to get into our country, why does Donald Trump not have to go through the legal process in deporting them? Because he has violated people's due process rights to a greater extent, which is violating the law and deporting them.
Because they came illegally without due process to come here.
That's
So
not what due
why
process
would
means.
they? So what does that mean?
So by due process, it means if you commit a crime, you get to go through the context of a process for us to determine that and verify it. So you go through the court system, right? And we verify that you did commit said crime, right? That's what due process is. So again, if you're saying that undocumented immigrants, when coming to the country, need to go through the legal process, well then why don't you say that Trump needs to go through the legal process to deport them? Because it is it is the same thing. You're violating
I
the
will
law.
answer you. I will answer you. Because I came here for due process to come to America. They didn't. They just came here. They didn't do no papers. They didn't nothing. They just came here.
It's
Illegal.
actually not true. A substantial number of them did come here legally and overstayed visas or work permits.
How? What? 5%?
It doesn't matter the percentage. You're saying it's a totality that they came in here the wrong way. That's not true.
How did they come here? How did they come here?
Well, it depends on the situation, but the point that we want to make is that again,
I waited 8 years.
regardless, you're not listening.
They just
I
come
understand
here
that you
and
came
they
into the
give them
country
citizens.
legally. I understand you came into the country legally. I would like to incentivize more people to come to the country legally, but the fact that it takes so long disincentivizes people to do so, and that's the exact same reason that Trump gave for violating due process rights, because he says it would take too long to go through the court system. Oh, Dean just got his live banned.
Oh, what?
So people are
That was
all going to
fast.
come here. We just gained 1,000 people in literally
Welcome
1
back.
second. What's up,
Does he
everyone
not have his
joining in
backup?
from Dean's stream? He just got banned. What's up, everyone? Hi, y'all. I'm your babysitter. Parker, get a job. Welcome in. Hello, I'm your babysitter. While Dean is coming back, I will let you know, everybody.
Okay.
I don't know why he
Okay,
just got banned. It just
oh.
happened.
Let me calm down. So you're saying I shouldn't waited 8 years. I just take a ticket plane to Mexico, come to America, and get my citizenship.
No, I
Is that
believe
what you said?
I believe that you should have legal status. I believe it shouldn't have taken you so long. So I believe in making the process quicker so that you could have legally gotten to the country within 6 months to a year maximum.
And just a second,
Sure,
Jamie,
sure,
before you
but-
fucking
but
interrupt.
you're saying-
Just a second.
I'm
I
not talking
also
to you.
believe.
Who are you even way?
Shut up, please. I also believe that in the process of you going through the legal means, you should not
this
have
guy?
been
Who's this guy?
deported
I'm
or at
talking
risk
to
of
Parker. Who's this
deportation.
guy?
Let me speak, goddammit. During that
he's your
process that you
boyfriend
went through
fucking, I don't
legally,
get it.
you should not have been apprehended. You should not have been deported in the way that millions of
Who
people
are
are right
you?
now.
I'm not talking to you.
Bro,
Jesus
shut up.
Christ. No,
Listen
you
to
shut
what I have
up.
to
I'm
say.
talking to Parker, not you.
Are you for
You're talking
you
to him as
being
well.
apprehended
Is
towards
this
your
your
court
page
date?
or something?
Never
What the
fucking
fuck?
mind, man.
Hey, Jamie.
Yeah,
Jamie.
shut up.
Hey, Jamie.
Yeah.
Jamie. He's my co-host. Please respect my co-host.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Who the hell is this guy anyway?
He's my co-host.
Who are you?
Well, I'm a guest. Motherfucker.
Jamie, I think more people know Jaden in
God
this
damn,
live than
that's
you.
cringe.
Like, actually.
Yeah, because he's so rude.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
Bro, if you're gonna imitate me, put some bass in your voice. I'm saying that I don't want you to have been at risk of deportation had you gone through the
Dude.
legal process that you did.
Dude, you
You
look like
want
a
that
girl.
though. You
Bass?
want people
Talking
stop. You
about
want
bass,
people to
you
be
look like a girl.
apprehended and deported as they're going through with the legal route. I don't understand that. Isn't that counterintuitive to what you're advocating for? Doing it the legal way?
Why is
Joey,
this
thank you for the
bitch talking
$10
about
for the
bass?
fake money from Rip
Oh,
Dean's
Christ.
Live. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lane, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $3.33. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to be a Democrat. Cursing a lot.
Okay. Hey, again, the point we were trying to make is that, again, if you want to violate the law in order to deport people, then why is it okay for you to violate the law, but it's not
I'm
okay for an
saying,
undocumented immigrant
I'm
to do
saying,
so?
would it be faster if I take a plane ticket to Mexico and came to America illegally than waiting 8 years, right?
It might have been quicker, but obviously you have a greater
Yeah,
likelihood of
but
being
why
able
is
to be.
that allowed? Why is that
Obviously,
allowed?
again, it's not
No,
allowed
it's
under our
not.
current system. Under our
Oh,
current
it's
system,
not.
even under Democrats,
It's
people,
not.
even
So
under
why are you saying it's good?
even under Democrats, right? Undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, they still were deported, just at a lower priority comparative to those that have committed violent
Why
crimes
does
and
it
bad
matter
crimes.
what does it matter if they committed crimes in America? They committed
Why does it
crimes by
matter?
coming illegally here.
To me, it matters because we're trying to identify whether or not someone is a
But
threat to the
is it a
safety.
crime to come illegally here?
We're trying to evaluate whether or not it's a threat for them to be in our country, whether or not they're a
I'm
threat to our
saying,
safety.
I ask you a question. Why are you
Yeah,
saying
Yeah, and
it's a
I'm
crime?
directly answering that question. If you could actually listen
It's
to me.
yes or no question.
Okay, ask the question again.
Is it a crime to come illegally here?
Not always.
Yes or no? Not
Sometimes
always.
yes.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
not always?
sometimes when people come to the country, they come through a legal process, like overstaying a visa. They get a visa, then they overstay it, so they're in the country undocumented, like essentially legally, but they still didn't violate a law. They violated like a criminal law. They violated civil law. Sorry, I'm just clarifying.
So that's a crime overstaying. It's not.
It's a violation of civil law.
So it's a crime,
It's a violation of civil law, technically not criminal.
not criminal. So if it's a violation of civil law, what kind of crime is it then?
It's a
How can
violation
it
of
get
immigration
punished for
law.
this? How can it get punished for this?
How can you get punished? Well, some people get deported based upon that. You can be
Some
fined.
people.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. Okay. So
Like for
if
example,
they get
if you're
fined,
Elon
they get
Musk,
fined.
you can just get away with it and stay in the country.
Oh,
It's
so
a
that's a
civil
loophole.
violation.
It's a loophole there.
And also, thank you so much, Jackie, for the $2 for thanks for babysitting the peen children. Don't worry, don't worry.
Wait. So you're saying I could get a visa for
The
6 months,
Dean's
then
children.
just stay
Is
there?
Dean not live yet?
I don't think so.
I think
Yo,
he
Parker.
hasn't came back yet. What do you want?
You're saying I could get a visa for 6 months and just stay there?
I'm telling you, yes, it's possible to happen, but I believe that you should have a quicker process. I believe that you shouldn't have to go through a process in which you'd be in the country undocumented at all.
I know. I waited 8 years. So you're saying just get a visa, stay 6 months, and just stay forever?
Hey, dude, I want to throw my head through a wall. This is so horrible. Like,
Yeah,
genuinely,
why are you
like,
putting words in our mouths?
How many more times do I have to tell you? I want you to have a quicker legal process. I don't want you to have to go through the
know you
process
do.
undocumented.
I know you do,
Is it possible? Do you
but
have the ability to
this
come to the
is
country
quicker.
undocumented? Yes,
This
but
is
you've already
quicker.
came to the country legally, so it would make sense for you to do so at this point. And Chris, thank you for the $5.
Because
By the way, you voted.
because I
You
waited
voted.
8
Oh
years
my
and you done it, just
God!
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Stop talking, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. This is insufferable. You are so insufferable. Do you want to have a conversation or do you just want to fucking yell at me, dude? This is impossible
Okay.
to have a conversation. Okay?
Just answer this. You're saying if I shouldn't wait 8 years, just get a visa for 6 months and stay in America, right?
No one said that.
Then why did you say?
I'm not telling people
Maybe
to
listen.
violate the law. I'm saying the legal process should be quicker. Okay? Now listen to this. You voted for a convicted criminal. Okay? Don't sit up here and lecture us about supporting criminals when you're actively advocating for one right now.
How is he a criminal?
He was
I don't
convicted of
know.
34
Having 34
felonies.
Right.
Yeah, what kind of felonies did he get?
He falsified business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York. Coming to
What
the
kind of
country
records?
unlawfully is a misdemeanor. He committed felonies.
What kind of records? Tell me one record
Business
that he
records.
falsified.
What's that?
What kind of record did he falsify?
I just told you,
records.
business records.
What kind of business records?
Like legal
What?
records?
You're just talking
let me
about
clarify.
legal records, business records.
These are business
Tell me
records.
a little bit of consequence that he did.
Yeah. So again, can you at least acknowledge that it was a crime?
No, it wasn't.
Well,
It was. You want to bet? You want to bet?
Yeah, I
How
actually
much?
do. All my money.
No, give me a
You-
specific
what?
number.
All your
Give,
money?
give me a specific number.
I got 2,000 on my bank account right now.
Okay, I'm not
Damn.
gonna take away all 2,000. That's crazy. I'm not gonna do that. That's insane.
Yeah, see, that's why, because I'm illegal here. Okay, I paid so I can be here.
Yeah, I don't think you
I
should have
didn't
had to
get
pay so
paid
much to
be
get here.
Like Democrats pay the illegal immigrants to be here. Okay.
They don't. What does that
Oh,
even
yeah.
mean? What? They pay undocumented migrants to be here?
Yeah, so they can get voters.
They can't vote.
Oh, they can vote without.
No.
You mean without ID? They can vote without ID.
You have to.
They
In
can't
order to
vote,
register to
period.
vote. Yeah, in order to register to vote, you have
Anybody
to have
can vote.
identification. No, they can't.
No, you can't.
Could I vote as a child?
If you look 18,
No, that's not how it works. In order to
Oh, it
register,
doesn't.
hey
So
dude,
why don't you
hey
need
dude,
ID?
hey dude. In order to register to vote, you have to have identification. The reason why
Oh,
you
we
don't
do.
need ID when voting is because you already got that through the context of registering. You already clarified that you had an ID, so it's just trivial to do that.
So how would they know if I don't have ID?
So you do
You've
have ID.
already
It's
registered
photo
to
ID
vote.
that's under
In
contention.
order to register to vote, you had to have identification.
Dude,
Have you ever voted?
of course I did. That's what
What
it was
state?
for Trump. New York.
New York. Okay, that's a state that doesn't have voter ID, right? How did you vote?
Yeah, I just get there and I just voted for Trump. I
No,
didn't
you
have
didn't just
ID.
show up one day. You had to
I
register
did.
prior to that, right?
I know I didn't.
You didn't register, so you
Yes, you
committed
did.
voter
You
fraud.
had to register. If you didn't register, you fucking
you're
violated the
illegal.
law. You committed a crime, okay? If you did
You're a
not
criminal.
register, yet you voted, you committed a crime, okay? Did you just
Oh,
admit
I
to committing
did.
a crime?
Right.
You're a criminal.
Oh, am I?
Yes, you just
Yes, you
committed. You
didn't
just
register
confessed
to
to committing a
vote.
crime.
So, where's the ice? You don't like ice?
No.
I mean,
Dude,
you just
oh
said
my
you were
God.
legal, so
Oh my,
unless you're
is this
for
guy, are you
deporting
trolling
illegals.
us? Are you rage baiting us right now?
You might be.
Dude, I just came there. I voted. No ID.
You voted
no,
No, you
illegally.
didn't. No, you didn't.
Oh, yes, I did.
Mowich, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Mowich in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then Susan, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Susan,
They
give me
say
some W's
deport
for
me.
Susan
Deport
in the
me, but
comment
I'm
section right
just,
now. Thank you so much. Miriam, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, that's so nice, Miriam. Give me some W's for Miriam in the comment section right now for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I get you. Don't worry. April, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much, April. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you.
See, your chat likes ice now.
How did you even know where to go to vote? Because you have an assigned polling place.
Oh, shut the fuck, man. I'm
You
Europe.
can't answer it because you're full
I'm
of
not
shit,
even
man.
American, stupid asshole.
You're not in America?
Your host and your co-host are so stupid. You fucking Democrats! Oh my fucking god!
So you just came up
You
to
done?
rage bait? Was fun for you? Okay, they just left.
Oh, okay. It was a little embarrassing.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone's trying to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really appreciate everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, and TikTok, tap that screen. Everyone, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of
Not
YouTube,
much.
as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. And make sure to
Not
support
much, bro.
Jaden while he's up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, thanks.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Okay, seems like he's not even here. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria again listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's given more money to Israel. He's not deporting as many as people as he wanted to, and he's deporting the people that criticize Israel.
You're trolling.
No, I'm not. That's why I like him.
Yeah, you're trolling.
Yeah, Jesus is.
That's probably a griper, to be honest.
Yeah, probably.
Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Again, if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get the next person up here, everyone.
Is this Lady Maga?
Jen, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah.
What's up?
How old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I support Donald Trump because I believe he helped the USA economically grow stronger and to actually, make it a safer place for people to live, because he's basically helping a lot of people, financially and economically and emotionally.
How's he doing that?
Emotionally?
Emotionally? That's crazy.
Well, basically, he's one of the greatest persons in the world, because he's actually giving a lot of incredible speeches that actually helping people basically
I know,
emotionally.
right? Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Was profound presidential language, wasn't it?
Yeah. By the way, I
No.
just got a second flag. I don't want to lose my account today, to be honest. So I might just should I hit a restart on TikTok, I guess? I guess we could do a restart,
you
because it
feeling?
seems like Dean isn't even on TikTok yet. So
I mean, I
guess
could go live if you're
I guess
down.
we can hit a restart. I might just hit a restart real quick, and then and try that real quick, because it might be a little bit
Alright.
longer, because Dean got fully banned on his account. So
Should I come back, or are you doing solo?
yeah, you can come back. You can come back.
Sweet.
I'll be right back, everyone. Everyone, hit a restart on my. I'm hitting a restart on my TikTok stream. You could refresh on TikTok here, and come right back. Or you can go over on YouTube. You can see the stream for a little bit longer. I'll be on for a little bit longer, everybody. Dean is on YouTube. I know he is, but he's on TikTok. I wonder what he's doing right now. I think I'll have to see. I'll have to see while we restart the live. I'll be right back here in literally a few minutes, everyone. How's everyone doing? We're just hanging out, doing a bit of a Q&A. Let me set this up so it's not like I'm moving around a lot. Give me 1 second, everyone. Alrighty, give me 1 second. How's everybody doing joining in from Dean's stream? We're just hanging out here doing a little bit of a Q&A. Let me set this down so I can hang out with everyone. I can actually turn on we'll just leave it like this. We don't need like too much on terms of lighting. What's up, everyone, though? Parker's saving the day after Dean's gone. Yup. Do you prefer cats or dogs? I gotta say dogs. Like if I were to pick, but I think miniature cats are so cute. They're so cute. Skincare routine. I took Accutane when I was in high school, and ever since then my skin's been pretty good. So I literally just like wash my face in the shower. That's about it. Where's Marge? She's actually just sleeping right now, getting a little bit of a nap time. You can ask me any questions, though. This is just a Q&A, everyone. Did you do debate club in school? No, I actually never did. I didn't start doing debates until outside of high school, and I was in college, like online school, because I was like COVID, like pandemic time, like I was just getting into college, so that's all it was. I just was online then. So it took me like a year and a half into college to actually even like be in-person college. So I didn't even feel like I was a freshman in college until like the year later. Who's your favorite artist? I don't like have a specific person. I went to a Lorde concert with my girlfriend a little bit back, and it was really fun. I had a great time at the Lorde concert. Hawkeyes definitely. How did you and Dean meet? We met through like a mutual here on TikTok, and I saw like his lives. He was doing lives like mine. He used to be a part of my community and like would watch my content, and So we got introduced and like we just played video games. We played Fortnite together and we just became friends and started doing lives together. What got you into politics? I want to see my civics class in high school. And Eli, thank you so much for the gifts. I appreciate it. Good to see you as always, man. Parker, what do you want for Christmas? I actually don't even have like a specific thing I want for Christmas or anything. I don't really like ever like have specific things. I think my sisters are gonna end up getting me like elevation gummies or something. Talk about the new Jubilee video. Yeah, I watched like a huge portion of it. I didn't watch the full thing quite yet, but I thought it went pretty well. I like the debate format. I got to talk about most of the things I wanted to. I thought it was a pretty good setup. I would like to do more of those, honestly. With some like big names. I would love to like debate some big names on that format. When's the next live battle with Dean? It depends whenever Dean wants to do it, to be honest. Like whenever we have free time. Tomorrow I might be able to do it because I have a little bit of open time tomorrow. Except for I'm going to be doing some stuff in the morning, so I should be on later in the day. So I should have time later in the day tomorrow. Wired earphone supremacy? Seriously, like it's literally because it has a better microphone. I have AirPods. I don't use them for like live stream or anything because you got to plug this into your phone in order to get it to work. What's this live for? Literally just Q&A, just hanging out. If you want to ask me any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or in the comments, but it's really just chilling out, hanging out. Are you gonna do religion or psychic live sometime? Dean and I might do a psychic live sometime. That'd be fun. But in general, like a religion live, I thought about doing like one on my second account where I just like do that here on TikTok, like some random time when I have a lot of time. It's just it's gonna be like on top of a normal live, so like I'll do a normal live, and then like if I have extra time in the day, I'll do that. Can you say hi, Charlotte? Yep. What's up? Are you a Bills fan? No, I'm actually a Broncos fan. I've grown up, always been a Broncos fan. It's a team my dad liked, so I kind of just like, because I grew up in Iowa, there's no specific team to Iowa. I just liked the team that my dad did, and you know, I was always a Broncos fan. And they're actually playing really good this season. What did you major in? I majored in economics. Have you always been liberal? No, I actually grew up in a conservative Christian household. I used to even be a Trump supporter in high school, and I changed my mind over time. I think it was by 2019 I had already become like a liberal. I think what pulled me over most was actually Andrew Yang originally, and I watched people like Kyle Kalinske, and he like pulled me over, and then I went like on like a bit of like a leftist sort of. I was like a leftist for a while, and I was like kind of like a market socialist. And then I kind of came back to liberalism. Blazer just chilling. I could get elevated. What's your favorite holiday? I love Christmas. I love Christmas so much. Christmas is always so fun. I love seeing like especially when I grew up in Iowa. I love seeing like all the Christmas lights. They're less prevalent out here in California, but you still see them every once in a while. It's a little weird because it's still like kind of warm outside, and it's not very cold. So I gotta get a haircut, chat. It's getting to the point. Are you still Christian? No, I'm an agnostic atheist now. I used to do like a bunch of streams where I would do prove to me God exists. And I probably once in a while do that sometime here in the future just for fun. Just for a fun day, maybe on like a Sunday or something. Are you a socialist? No, I'm a liberal. I consider myself like a social democrat. like a progressive liberal. But I have a unique position. I think inevitably at some point we're going to have mostly public ownership of the means of production at some point due to some level of automation. But I don't think it's anywhere near soon. But I think it's inevitable at some point. Do you get recognized a lot in public? I want to say I want to say multiple times a week. It's not necessarily every time I go out, but it's a huge portion of the times I go out. What strain? Let me see which we're doing right now. This one is lemon chills, I think. It is it's a hybrid. Can you say hi, Tegan? Yeah, what's up, Tegan? Try Muhas? I used to. Is there anything you would change on the recent Jubilee video you did? Think of the bubbly kiss, thank you. I actually, looking back on it, I don't think there's much more I felt like I could have added. I felt like I did pretty good. I was trying to think. There was maybe like one point I feel like I should have held them to answering questions a little bit more. Maybe that's what it is, but I felt like I did pretty good. I felt like it was a good setup. I typically have more things where I'm like, oh, I should have done that differently. So, do you think you ever go into politics? Do you ever think you run? I don't think I ever will run for office, at least off the top of my head now or anything. Maybe in the future, if it was like the only thing I could do to like affect things, or like the best thing I could do to affect things, I probably would, but I don't know. I definitely am not like someone who's been thinking about that for a long time. Been watching since approximately 200 viewers? That's based. I used to do lives like this, where I would just talk to the chat. This is how I started off doing lives here on TikTok, is I would just talk to the chat and hang out with people like this. I used to have 5 people in my live stream. So, crazy that there's just like 2.5 thousand people just hanging out, asking questions and stuff. That's fun. It's really gone so far, chat. It's crazy. Adam, thank you so much. I really appreciate the corgi. Let me catch up on PayPal and Venmo real quick. Give me 1 second, everyone. Let me catch up there and make sure I'm reading all the messages there. Harold, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said the Jubilee format is sensational. It's like chess. You got a great hour and 19 ahead of me. Yes, I honestly thought it was really good. I hope I can debate some people. That'd be really fun with that format. I really like it. Lincoln, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. What's up? And then Christina, thank you so much for the $5. I do art live streams every night, and last night it turned into a debate, and it felt so inspired by you and Dean. Oh, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. And W art stream. Oh, different setup. It's just me just talking to chat, doing Q&A. What's up, Nina? Tips on traveling to USA from Europe? I haven't been like a bunch of different places over the US. I mean, I've been a decent amount of places, but I would recommend have like a plan going into it. And I would say it depends on how long you're going to be there. I really love LA. I would always recommend to go to LA. Super nice weather. It's really like a must go if you're going to go to the States, is going to LA. San Francisco's really nice. I like San Francisco. I think it's really iconic. I would say go California. California's got the best of, everything. And then you could go other places. I liked New York when I went recently. But yeah, I would say those places for you if you're traveling to the United States. I wouldn't really recommend like me going to like the Midwest, but I like going to the Midwest because I went to the Midwest. Grew up there when I was younger. Went to the Midwest back recently. It was actually a fun time. It's like nostalgic for me. So, but I don't think there's much to do for people who are coming from Europe. Thoughts on vaccines? I think they're super good. I think they're really important. Do you and Dean hang out? Yes. Actually, we should be here pretty soon. I should get to see him here pretty soon. Do you believe in aliens? I do. I don't have like any necessarily justifiable evidence right now, but they probably exist. I would definitely say that. I need to catch up. I didn't put Venmo down. Let me make sure to bring that up. Alrighty. Paige, thank you so much for the $3 for story behind the profile picture on TikTok. This is an old one we made back in the day. You know, Goob from Meet the Robinsons. People say I look like him because the bag's under my eyes. So it's mainly that. It used to be my profile picture, which was just Goob, but I changed it a bit back. Molly, thank you so much for the $3. What was it like meeting Piers Morgan? What was he like in person? Unserious. I feel like he's very unserious. And I annoyed him. That was really funny. I don't feel like it was anything different than like what I've felt like online with him. I feel like he's taller than I expected. Carmen, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Anyways, what was that crossover with the Brock dude? Oh, I think that's his like brother or something. I'm not even quite sure. I think that was just from Dean's Live. Let me check. Paige, thank you for the $1. What brought you to LA? My parents. When I was in middle school, that's when I moved out here. I was halfway through 7th grade. I grew up in Iowa, actually. And Laura, by the way, thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Jay, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you so much. You're changing lives, including mine. I can talk to opposing people with confidence now. I hear you and feel you. Thank you so much, Laura. That's so kind of you. Thank you. That's so kind. Sierra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Alexandria, thank you so much for the $1. They said, but if you like rock music, you should check out Ghost, Anti-Trump, The Future is Foreign Land, 20s, Griftwood, and Good Starts Merry Christmas whenever you celebrate. I'll definitely make sure to look into that. I haven't listened to much rock, but I definitely would. I listen to whatever my girlfriend listens to. That's what I listen to, honestly. Jennifer, thank you for the $10 for what is the most valuable constructive criticism you have ever received. That's actually a really good question. I think it's actually to not take things for granted, especially family. And I think that's something I learned, I want to say relatively early on, because I'm still relatively young. I'm like 23 years old. But like I really think that's one of like the most important things is to not take family for granted, not take loved ones for granted, not just family. I do want to clarify that because it's not family for everyone. It's loved ones and people that you're close to, like closest relationships. I value them so strongly. Why is it Parker get a job? It actually just used to be my full name. And people would just come up on my live and tell me to get a job. Ironically. They would just come up on my live and tell me to get a job. So that's where I got it from. Sarah, thank you for the fireworks. This is actually like my Parker get a job was my third account because I got banned on 2 accounts prior to that. So yeah. Can you say hi to me? Yeah, what's up, Rox? Yep, this is just a Q&A just for fun. It's really fun to hang out with everyone and see everyone. It's been a while since I've done like a live stream like this. Do you play an instrument? No, I do not. Any pets? I used to have a dog. My dog is now not alive anymore. It was like our family dog. She passed away a bit back. It's actually, oh my gosh, how long has it been? Let me see. I feel like it's been a while now, actually. Rest in peace to Leah. Rest in peace to Leah. It was, yeah, in July. That's so sad. So sad. But she's better off now. She's better off now. She was really struggling near the end of her life, and it was really hard to see her like that. She was like the dog I had throughout my whole life. Like ever since I like even when I lived in Iowa, we had her. And oh my gosh, I just always remember like the snow and her running in the snow, and she was so small compared to the snow. It was so funny. I remember holding her for the first time when we brought her back. She was so tiny. But yeah, I don't have any more pets now. It's like my girlfriend has her two little dogs, Garbanzo and Juno. They're funny. I was talking about them to my girlfriend, and it auto-corrected on my phone to junk and garbage, and I thought that was so funny. I thought it was so funny because I always call Garbanzo Garb, like for short. It's funny how I like extend Juno's name. I call her Junebug and Juno. I do both actually, but I call Garb. But literally junk and garbage. My girlfriend thought that was so funny. What's your dream job? I think I'm doing it right now. I really love what I do. Biggest irrational fear? Insects. Insects, like particularly I want to say spiders. Like, I feel like that's my biggest irrational fear. Have you been watching the Erica Candace beef? Honestly, yes. Like, not like super ingrained into it, but I've been seeing it and like watching some of the stuff. I think it's just crazy at how many people are in it, like involved in this. Like, Candace Owens will be live and have like 150,000 viewers. It's like fucking crazy. But I've been seeing all the back and forth and stuff, and apparently there's supposed to be some sit-down conversation coming up. I thought about maybe reacting to it, but I wasn't sure, honestly. You stopped gardening? I didn't completely stop gardening, but I definitely limited how much I am. Like, I'm not doing it on live as much as I was. Like, I was doing it on live all the time. I'm definitely limiting how much I am, and that's been nice. Tips for people who want to do what you do? Honestly, just get in and start debating. That's really all I could say. I couldn't really tell you anything more than that. Get in, start debating. It's important to get yourself out there, to start doing it first. You don't have to be perfect right away when you first start content creation. I used to go live and get no viewers, and comparative to obviously now. By no, I mean I had 5 people on my stream and stuff. It's not like I started off with like some big platform or anything. Jubilee and all that stuff came all after. I had already built up stuff. Have you ever been to Maine or New England? Yes, I've been to, I went to, I think New York classifies as New England, but I also went to DC a bit back. Like, I think that was in 2024. That was actually about a year ago, actually. Like before the I went to the White House before the transition of power. Do you live alone? No, I actually live with my girlfriend. How'd you and Marge meet? On Hinge. What music do you listen to? Whatever my girlfriend plays. I love my girlfriend's music. Do you agree with any candidate's claims? I actually not really. Like, I feel like there are some questions to be asked, but I generally think that, like, and to be honest, I think that some of it is overblown. The one thing that really gets me to question it, though, is like, why would she do this if it's not true, or if she would possibly get sued? Because I feel like it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. So part of me just like questioning, like I'm back and forth on it. I don't really know. I kind of I accept the determinations from the investigation, so I'm not really questioning that. But I feel like there's legitimate questions to be had, and I feel like it's also one thing that gets me to really question it is the fact that like a lawsuit would be expected if it's completely verifiably incorrect information. What is Candace saying? Essentially, like claiming Turning Point had something to do with Charlie's death. Like it's definitely something that would be grounds for a defamation lawsuit if it's like obviously like incorrect information, which I think they're going to be doing some setup here soon for that where they're like debating it. Paige, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said please name my rescue lizard. What should we name the lizard? Pesus? That's kind of funny. I like Lenny. I like Lenny. Lenny's cool. What else? I'm trying to see what else I think I like. I don't know, I kind of like Lenny. People are saying Gawk. That's crazy. Gage and Brock is crazy. Technically, wouldn't it be Grok? Because it's Brock and Gage. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Do you have any specific interest topics that you really enjoy debating? I enjoy debating religion. I actually really do. Let me make sure I'm caught up on PayPal as well. If you have any questions, you can ask me on in the comment section or over Venmo and PayPal. I probably have another, I'll say 15, 20, something like that left. Maybe. Then I'm going to go take my girlfriend out for some food. Leisha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. For what did you want to be when you grew up? Did you play any sports growing up? I did. I played football, baseball, basketball. I played like a bunch of different sports growing up in Iowa. And I didn't have like a specific thing I wanted to grow up and be. There was never like that one thing for me. I did always like making videos. I used to make videos when I was a kid, but those are all deleted and stuff. I deleted them a long time ago. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you. For Parker, I just want to say you've helped me grow so much this year. I've had a rough year, and your lives have sparked something in me. I'm so much more confident with politics now. Thank you, truly. You're seriously phenomenal, inspiring. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Amanda. Thank you. That's so kind of you. That's so kind of you. Harley as well. Thank you so much for the $12. Thank you for doing a great job at helping Democrats across the globe. Keep it up. Just before I joined, the summary is saying that you're a conservative debunking questions, Lamau. Really? What the hell? Jonathan, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Please answer. I'm from Sweden. I do enjoy your streams, but I keep thinking, how can I dedicate myself to just one party candidate or president if I only agree with policies that benefit people in society morally and ethically? I don't think you necessarily would need to focus on just one person. I don't think it's one person in politics is good to focus on. I think it's many people. Obviously, like especially when it comes to platforms, like I think it's hyper specific to different scenarios where like you're not going to be able to talk about everything. Like I can't talk about like, you know, local politics all the time and stuff like that. I'm more national politics associated. So, you know, everyone has a different role. There's some people that will talk about local politics, and I think that that is an important conversation to be had. Those are important. And I do think that talking about, you know, certain policies and things like that in support of all of those different candidates has its place. And I would say that like one of the best things to, they say it's impossible for me to get into politics because I only agree or hold up. I feel like maybe it seems like you feel like it's impossible for you to get into politics because of how politicians are. And I would say that I don't, just because politicians are a certain way doesn't necessarily mean they all are. And I would say that you probably will be able to find people that do represent where you're coming from to at least a certain degree, especially I would say probably within Sweden. Obviously, I don't know what the political landscape is, though, completely. But I would assume it's better comparative to here in the States. Hopefully I completely got everything there. I think I addressed everything. I don't know if I interpreted it completely correctly. Let me make sure I'm caught up on Venmo as well. Give me 1 second. Actually, it's right there. Sarah, thank you for the $6 for dinner fund for Marge. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Please do more religion debates. Maybe here soon. And then Matt, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Matt. I really appreciate it. They said, hi, Matt from Wales. Been watching you and Dean for over a year now. Would you ever do a live talking to people from other countries? I'd love to chat. I think I'd probably do something like this where I could just have like anyone come up. I think that would be like a fun day where I'd have people come up and they can just ask me questions and stuff. I feel like that would be an interesting live to do. But it would be dependent on whenever I have time. But this is really fun. It's been good doing this. And it's cool to see how many people are interested in also just like this in general. I haven't done this in a long time. Taylor, thank you for the $1. Mostly not, I would say. No. Essentially everyone's not. Juliana, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. I followed you and Dean for a while. I wanted to recommend newer TikTok debater. Yeah, I'll definitely make sure to look into them. I'll look into them for sure. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Jay Marianne, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1.50 for wanting to elevate. I'm actually not right now. I think I was going to here in a second, though. How did you and Dean meet? We actually met through a mutual here on TikTok, and he actually used to watch my content. And we started playing Fortnite together, and we started doing streams because I saw like some of his live streams of him going live doing like the exact same topic that I was. And there were significantly less people doing it back then, so noticed him pretty quick. Tiffany, thank you for the $1 for humoring me for us gardeners. What's your favorite, S or I? I want to say like I don't really have that much of a preference, to be totally honest. I feel like I'm always like indifferent. And maybe I'm weird for that. I'm an elevator that's pretty indifferent to them. I think I don't have a specific favorite out of the two. I like all three. I like I, S, and H. Does pineapple belong on pizza? I actually think that only grilled pineapple can belong on pizza. I think that pineapple that's not grilled, I don't prefer, actually. But every once in a while, I'm not like a put pineapple on pizza every time type of person. I really like honey. I love honey on pizza. I think it's so good. Especially like hot honey. Oh my. Oh, so good. Honey? Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit unique. When will you battle Dean here? Probably pretty soon. Creed, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. Also, Parker Dean live battle. But I also need to put it on my literal calendar. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. And we will win. We will win, I tell you. Do you have siblings? Yes, I do. I have 2 older sisters. Me, I Show Speed. I Show Speed came on my live a long time ago. This is like when I did Prove to Me God Exists ones. And he I think it's on this account actually. I think you can watch it on this account. There's gonna be a surge in honey sales now. That's so funny. Flower pen is just because of convenience, honestly. Have you tried garlic sauce with pizza? I think it's pretty decent. I have before. Are you and your parents close? Yes. I haven't seen them like a bunch recently because I've just been so busy. Really close to my mom. Oh my gosh, last time I was talking to my mom, she was telling me about all of her friends that like watch me and stuff. Ever's a secret tree, thank you. Uh, and like it's like all her friends and stuff, like they all watch me and they'll like be on my stuff every once in a while and I'll get texts from my mom about it. It's so cute. My mom's so funny. But all right, everyone, I'm gonna answer some few more questions and then I'm gonna get off here. Answer a few more questions, and I'm gonna go take my girlfriend out for dinner, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. It was really fun hanging out with everyone. Shaina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. I actually don't have any tips to slow down. I feel like I struggle with that, to be honest. And then hobbies outside of debates, hanging out with my girlfriend, watching TV stuff, TVs, movies. And honestly, it's like debates are a huge one of my hobbies. I game every once in a while. I just don't have much time to do so. Danielle, thank you so much. Danielle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I feel like it was just something that I gained from a lot of debating and talking to people. Marianne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you. Kept making comparisons where they shouldn't be and spreading false information. What do I do? I would definitely research into it and like hear people talk about it and debate on it. I think that's like one of the best ways to learn. And then like I also watch like watching like historical documentaries, and like there's always a bunch of like good YouTube accounts for videos and stuff. Let me make sure to catch up here, and then let me see. Will, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I really appreciate it, Will. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Thank you. I totally agree. Xavier, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Would I consider him currently top 3 in the NBA? I'd probably say yeah. All right, everyone. I'm going to get off. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. It was really fun. I had a good time. We had like 30-something minutes here. It was really fun hanging out with everyone. I appreciate everyone so much. I will see everyone tomorrow. I will be on later in the day, just letting everyone know. It should be, what's it called? Should be like 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock when I hop on. Around 24 hours from now. Is naming it Lenny. That's so funny. Naming the lizard Lenny. That's so funny. I love it. Not Gawk. That's so funny. I brought that up as a joke. I wasn't saying that one as an actual one. I was just reading off what people said in the comments. Okay, okay. All right, everyone. I love y'all so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I appreciate it very much. I think I've caught up completely. If I did miss your donation, I really apologize. Thank you, everyone. Make sure to do this here probably pretty soon. I love y'all so much. And I will see everyone later. Good night, everyone.